Hello, 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 hello. It is Wednesday. Another day, another Wednesday, and of course another stream. Hope so far you have enjoyed your day. I have enjoyed my day quite a lot. It was quite chill today. Nothing special happening, but I mean, sometimes those are the best days where you just know that everything's gonna be good, and then nothing wild happens, nothing horrible or whatever happens. Everything just going fine. Hopefully that's at least been the case for you as well. Maybe it was even better. Today we are going to, or I will show a technique that I've used in one of my old, or in my latest compilation, the compilation of March, I think. So what I always try to do is I want to create a compilation of like every month. Every month I want to kind of showcase all the projects that we've done over the month in like just a small compilation. And the one from March had this shatter transition in it. That's what we're gonna do, what we're gonna cover today for the first topic, and then we're probably gonna have some more time. So we're gonna go back to the sculpt from yesterday and Monday. So Monday and hold on, let me hold on. Let me switch the scene. There you go. So as you can see right there, of course, the first topic, as always, the 30-minute quick sketch, and then we're gonna go over to the seamless shatter transition, the transition that I've made for the compilation, basically to switch between very complex models very seamlessly. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do then. And then what we will do next would be, if we will definitely have more time to do more, which we're gonna do then is the 2D sketch to 3D model project, the quick project that we started on Monday. We're gonna continue that. We haven't finished it yesterday, just because it's kind of, I kind of want to spend some more time on it, because it was quite quite rough. I want to put a certain, I guess, quality to it that we couldn't achieve just yet. So maybe at least we'll definitely finish it this week. We're not gonna, work on it next week. We'll finish it this week, probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day, of course, that I stream. But overall, just yeah, we're gonna definitely finish it tomorrow, maybe even today. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far we get. I think I want to put some more details in the hair. I actually want to try some new stuff with hair, so that'll be interesting. But without further ado, I would say we're ready for the first project, the first topic today. So we'll go over to Blender. There you go. Let's start the 30-minute quick sketch, just to warm up, of course, and then we can go over to the first project of today, or the first topic rather. I'm gonna pull up my. Do I need Roberto? Yeah, I need him. I always need him. He's my partner in these quick sketches. Hold on, what do we need? Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. Okay, Roberto's ready to be put in this scene. Everything else is ready. Let me just remove that stuff. I don't really need it for this piece. Okay. Actually, I could use the spear, but I'm just gonna make a new one. Okay. This one will also be like a pretty abstract scene, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta do some abstract stuff. Right now I'm kind of, I don't know, I kind of want to go back to color. So once we're done with the quick project, we're gonna go back to the animation. I want to finish that at some point, hopefully maybe next week, maybe the week after, just to be able to go back to color. That's kind of the plan. So hopefully we can finish it at least like next week or the week after. So I think everything's ready. I don't really need much for this scene. It's going to be another like black and white scene, of course, similar to the ones that we've done over the last few days. So yeah, I think we're ready. So my timer's ready as well. I am ready. Hopefully you are ready. Roberto is definitely ready. Blender is ready. So I would say 3, 2. Oh, hold on. Now I'm ready. Okay. OBS wasn't ready. There you go. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, wrong timer. Okay, let's try again. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, perfect. So let's go. So what do we need first? We need a plane, of course. As I always start with a plane. That's just the easiest one to start with, because we need a ground. Let's apply some subdivisions to it, but we keep it at simple, so it's not gonna smooth the whole plane. Set it all the way to 6. Maybe we're gonna add one more subdivision or 2 subdivisions. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Just so we have some detail in there as well. We're gonna go ahead and use a displacement. What is this modifier? That's usually what I use for my environments, especially when they're supposed to look natural, like this one. And then we're gonna change the texture a little bit. First of all, I'm gonna increase the depth. There you go, you can already see what it does. Just gives it this nice, you know, gives it just more detail. Then we're gonna go into the colors. Use a color ramp, because I want to have a flat ground parts of the ground. So we're gonna increase the blacks to get this flat ground. There you go. This is definitely weird, so I'm gonna set this to 0.5, otherwise it's just gonna look weird. How do I do that? Okay, there you go. 0.5. There you go. So now we can increase this and we'll get a nice flat ground. There you go, that's perfect. I want to make it quite big, so I'm gonna increase the size. Yeah, that's better. Actually, should I? You know what, I'm gonna use an empty. I think that's easier to use. I'm gonna use an empty to move the texture and kind of scale it to whatever I need. Probably gonna use a sphere. There you go. We're gonna go over here. We will use a displacement coordinates object. Select the empty, and then we can move it somewhere wherever we need it. We can scale it up so the environment is a little bit, you know, wider. This doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. So now we're gonna just move it around. What I'm looking for is a quite, actually, this is actually supposed to be a quite big environment. So what we need here is a more, hold on, what do we need? We need a, oh, welcome Charlie 14 2003. Hope you're having a great day so far. I'm working on my quick sketch for today. Basically just a 30-minute quick sketch in the beginning of the stream. Kind of just, you know, warming up. Then we're gonna go into today's topic. Let's see, so I like these smaller rocks actually, but I'm gonna decrease the strength even more. Maybe 0.25 could work quite well, although that's too much. Let's set it to 0.4. Yeah, 0.4 sounds pretty good. Okay, I actually want to have some sort of middle point where there's just nothing in the center. So this looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, this looks actually pretty cool. There you go. I'm gonna move my camera a little bit higher so we can actually see the environment. There you go. That's pretty cool as well. Okay. Next up, what I actually want to try is what? Hold on, isn't there like a bending modifier? Let's see. Screw is not the right one. Isn't there like a no? Screw? No, that's the one I just mentioned. Let's see. I can't remember which one it is, so I'm just gonna leave that out. What I want to do is, first of all, I'm gonna set this simple. There you go. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep it like this. What I want to do though is I want to move this higher so we can see a little bit more of this environment. What I want to do is I want to grab a UV sphere. Gonna put that in the center of this environment. There you go. Perfect. Then what I want to do is I will set this to smooth, and let's go into rendered view. And I also want to increase the focal length of this camera, otherwise we're not going to see that much of the environment. We're going to set it to 30 millimeters. There you go. We're going to move the camera a little bit closer, otherwise we're just going to clip at the bottom. We're going to see the edge of this plane. That's definitely better. You know what? I think I'm going to increase the scale. Yeah, that's better. Then we're going to find a good spot. Hold on. What do we have here? This one maybe? No. Okay, the empty is like all the way over there. Doesn't matter. Oh, this one could look cool. Hold on. What if I rotate this? Just a little bit. Okay, we're gonna bring it back. Where's the spot that I had before? There it is. This could work quite well. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we have this environment. I think I'm gonna increase the strength a little bit. Maybe set it to 0.5. I think 0.5 was pretty good. There you go. Okay, so now what I need is a cube, not a plane. I need a cube. There you go. We're gonna make it longer, like that. And then what I want to do is, first of all, I'm going to pull it higher, so by 1, so it's right on top of the pivot point or on top of this plane. Then I want to decrease this. Actually, what I want to do is I want to bevel this. I'm going to bevel this by using a normal bevel modifier. No, I can. Yeah, I'm actually going to use that modifier. So I have to select these two vertices, apply them to a vertex group so that only those ones will be affected. We're going to go to the bevel modifier. And profile, no, limit method, vertex group. Which vertex group? This one. There you go. We're going to set the mode or type to %. And then we increase the width. There you go. Then what I want to do is I want to increase the segments. There you go. But the profile is in the opposite direction than what I want. So I'm going to change the profile. The shape should be in the other direction. So like this. Not too much though. And I also want to increase the width a little bit more, like that. What I also want to do is I want to I want to grab a, I'm going to add another cut right there. I'm going to just pull it a little bit higher. And then I'm going to go back into the vertex group. Oh, hello. We're going to remove those. There you go. That's what I wanted. Perfect. I want to have more segments though. So I'm going to increase that. There you go. Perfect. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna pull this a little bit lower, like that. That's better. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna set this to smooth. Oh, smooth looks kind of weird. Why would we? No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I think that's okay. So what I want to do next is I want to go ahead and use a array modifier. First of all, I'm gonna. Oh no, you know what? I'm gonna use a modifier first. What was it? Array modifier. There you go. We're gonna set it to object offset. Which object? I guess we can just use the plane. This object right there. Oh, hello. Hold on. We have to apply the scale. Oh, we have to probably apply the scale on the plane as well. There you go. Perfect. Wait, why is it? Oh, I know why. We have to remove the relative offset. There you go. So now if I go into the edit mode, select everything and move it out. Nothing happens because we have to... Oh, I know why. We can actually not use the plane. Hold on, we have to make another empty. Let's make another one. What about using a cube for this one? Make it a little bit bigger so we can actually see it. There you go. Okay. Then I'm gonna grab the object. I'm gonna use this empty as the offset. I'm gonna apply the scale for this one. There you go. Now if I rotate this, you can see we have this nice rotation going on, which means if I now go ahead and first of all apply the position, location, there you go. Then I'm going to go in here and move this out. Let's set it to the side here. Oh, before I do that though, I want to change one more thing. I'm going to go into these faces. I'm going to scale them on the y-axis. So it's going to be a little bit smaller. Like that. Perfect. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Now I'm going to move this over here. You know what? I'm gonna scale this later. There you go. Select everything. How much time do we have? 21 minutes. Perfect. This is supposed to be a little bit smaller. Move it down to the ground. Okay. Then we need more counts. We increase the count. Let's set it to 20 first. I don't really know how much we need. How many? Now I'm gonna rotate this and there you go. We have a nice circle. That's exactly what I want. But it doesn't look like how I want it to look like. So I'm going to select these faces, scale them on the y-axis so it gets smaller in the middle, just so there's more room. There you go. Actually, I'm going to make it even slimmer. Oh, hello. There you go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But it's too big, so I'm going to... Oh, that's interesting. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Make it smaller, like that. Move it lower so it's still on the ground and then move it in. Ooh. Okay, put it roughly over there. Perfect. So we have this nice circle going on. And then what I want to do, I think want to increase the strength. So I'm going to increase the strength back up, maybe to 0.75. Why is it so small now? Oh, because I applied the scale, right? That's why it's so small. There you go, that's better. Okay, perfect. We're gonna save this right there. Make a new quick sketch folder. Quick sketch day 122. There you go. One, two, two. There you go. Perfect. Okay. So let's go into rendered view so we can do some lighting now. Can you even see the ball? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, perfect. So what I want to do is I want to go save this first. And then what I want to do is I want to make this a little bit more dynamic, this shot, by just rotating it a little bit. Not too much though, just a little bit like that. I also probably want to pull this higher. More like that, probably. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I also want to increase the size of this plane. Just a little bit more like that. I think that's pretty cool. Okay. Gonna save it right there. And then what I need is I want to change the world lighting first. We're gonna remove the whole world lighting because we don't need it. And also the world background. There you go. Let's go back to the object. And then now I'm gonna give this sphere a new emissive material. Go in here, shader emission. There you go. Put that in there. Oh, there you go. And what I wanted to get is this nice shadow, or these shadows going in all directions, which looks really cool. So we're going to increase the strength maybe to 5, just to make it a little bit brighter. Perfect. So now what I want to do is I want to go to the floor and change the floor. Let's see. I could... No, that'll take too long. How much time? 17 minutes? That still take too long. Oh, increase it even more. Oh, that's quite a lot. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna apply it. There you go. No going back now. Okay. Let's go to this. And I want to do some adjustments here. First of all, I'm going to change the ground texture. We're going to go into material preview so we can see it. Of course, it's fully white because we have to change a few settings. What I want to do first, I want to make this probably black. Although black might look weird, we'll see. Let's keep it at maybe 0.2. There you go, this nice gray. And then I want to apply a texture to this. Let's see if the same texture worked that we used yesterday. Although I think I want to use another one. Like a different one from yesterday. Yesterday we had the, what was it? Rock rough? Or rock roughy and rock mossy? Maybe we could use snow? What does snow look like? Oh, that looks weird. No, that looks kind of too even, I think. You can't see it right now, but it looks weird. What else do we have here? Tiles? No. Wood bark? Show me the bark. No, that looks weird as well. Wood clean. I think wood looks weird. I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna use the beach sand. Maybe beach sand too. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, we have these nice waves going on. That could work. Maybe. Although... Well, let's try. Let's try if that looks any good. This one... Yeah, I'm gonna use this one. Okay, let's put it in to the scene. There you go. Now I'm gonna put this into the roughness first. There you go. Let's see what it looks like. We have these nice waves going on now. Looks pretty interesting actually. I want to do a few changes though. First of all, I'm going to use a probably mapping node just to increase the scale a little bit. Not too much. Maybe, yeah, maybe like 5. Sounds pretty good. There you go. And then what I want to use is a vector color ramp probably. Yeah. just to bump up the blacks a little bit, make it a little bit shinier. There you go. Not too shiny though. I still want to see these nice waves. Like that. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, we see these nice waves in there. Perfect. Okay. That looks pretty cool. Although we don't have that much light coming from anywhere else, so that's what I want to change especially. What I want to do first is I want to grab probably another light. So I'm just going to grab a light. Probably just like a, you know, light object. Pull it over here just to put some light over here as well. I'm going to increase the strength. Let's set it to 100. Maybe that's too much. Maybe that's enough. It looks weird. Weird. Let's see. What if we change the radius? Oh, not the power. No, that looks weird. Maybe I'll just increase the light strength. Let's see if that works. So I need to go back to the emissive material. There you go. What if I set this to 10? What if I set this to 50? Oh, okay. I mean, it looks pretty cool. Let's see, maybe we can play around with these settings a little bit more to kind of make this more reflective. There you go. I think that works quite well. But there's still, I kind of want to put some like Roberto right here into the front. But I don't really know if that'll look good. I don't think it will. No. There's something missing. What I want to change first though, I think I want to make this, you know, a little bit weaker. I think 550 is too much. I think 10 was already enough. Although, you know what? No, I'm going to set it to 25. 25 should be a good mix between the two. Okay. So now I want to save this real quick. And I want to change something. I want to go into the sphere. I'm going to duplicate the sphere and scale it up. So that we have a sphere inside of a sphere. Because I want to make a new material for this one. The outer sphere. First of all, what I want to do is I want to increase the... I want to bring in a solidify modifier just because I want to make this, you know, solid. Not just like a, I guess, one-dimensional surface. There you go. And then I will bring in a new texture for this. Or a new material. Let's go into rendered. No, solid view. Solid view should be good. Make a new material. We need a transmission. There you go. Look at that. Now we have a nice glass surrounding this ball. I'm gonna go in here, change the roughness to 0.1 maybe. You can see now we have this glass ball. We still have to do a few changes. First change that I want to do is I want to actually use a texture for this ball. So we're gonna go into the textures. I think I'm gonna use my fingerprint texture actually. There you go. Okay, put that in there and use it as the roughness. Let's go in here and into rendered view. Maybe that'll work better. Let's go into the sampling. Let's set that to 128. Save it right there. Okay, let's do a few changes. You know what? I'm gonna just select both. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Let's go to the ball. First thing first, we want to change a few settings in here. I want to grab a converter math node, set it to multiply, and then I want to increase the value. Yeah. 2. You get a little bit of roughness, but that's not enough. What about 10? Okay. It's getting better, but it's not good. Maybe 20. This looks pretty good. I think I like that. Maybe... Well, oh, I actually wanted to add one more thing, which is the input Fresnel node. We have to combine that with the one with the other value or the texture that we have right here. So I'm going to use a color mix RGB. Put that in there. Oh, hello. Set the factor probably to 1 and then add. There you go. This way we should have like a nice circle around the object. I'm going to decrease the circle though. Maybe like 1.12, that's pretty good. And then what I want to grab is a converter color ramp. Let's see if that works. Then I'm going to increase the white a little bit. Okay. And then decrease the black. Just to have this border around this glass sphere. Okay. I could also give this maybe like a... We could probably increase the universal, you know, roughness a little bit. So I'll grab this. I'm actually gonna... What if I add a color ramp to this? Okay, that actually doesn't change anything. Perfect. So I'm gonna bring this black up maybe to a more like 0.2. Just to have a oh, that's way too much. What about 0.1? That's still too much, I think. Is it? Yeah, let's set it to 0.05. I think 0.05 should be good. That looks pretty good. Okay. Gonna make this ball actually smaller. The one on the inside, the glowing one. There you go. Okay. Now actually because it's like inside of the other one, it's actually getting weaker. So what I have to do is I'm gonna have to increase the emission strength. 50 maybe. Oh, why is it so? It's so noisy now. That's so annoying. How much time do we have left? 8 minutes. Okay. It's so noisy. Just by removing this now, it's so much easier. I guess I'm not going to use the sphere, otherwise I can't really work. So yeah, I guess I'm just going to use it. What if I make this smaller? The shadow should be sharper, right? Yeah. Maybe we'll make it bigger actually. More like this. Let's keep it there. Okay. Actually, what happens if I just go in here and grab this, duplicate it, make it smaller? What does that look like? Oh. Doesn't look too bad. I think I like that. Just gives it a little bit more lighting. It still keeps these shadows, but it's just a little bit more broad. Like the lighting is a little bit more broad. I like that. I'm going to increase the size of this. Just so we can't really see it in the background. Perfect. I wonder if I could use, or if we could use some volumetric lighting for this. Let's see, let's grab a cube. Let's see if that actually looks good. Okay, let's switch it to display as wire. There you go. I then go into my new material and use a principal volume. There you go. Put that volume into the volume socket. Set it to white absorption color. You can probably say it black. Let's set the density to maybe 0.01. Yeah, maybe a little bit less. What about 0.005? Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Perfect. Okay. Gonna save it right there. And then I want to bring in a Roberto. So actually no, I'm not gonna use Roberto. I'm gonna use my other base mesh that I have. That isn't riggable, but it's still usable in this. So we're gonna grab that instead of Roberto. We don't have to necessarily, you know, rig the person that we use in our quick sketch. Wait, where am I? Oh, there you go. Person, man, athletic. There you go. Okay, perfect. There he is. He's quite big, so we have to scale him down. He's just stepping on the whole environment. There you go. Way too big still. Maybe like that. That should work quite well. Move him over here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Is it on the ground? No, he's actually flying, so I'm gonna have to pull him all the way down. There you go. Yeah, that should work. That should work quite well. Perfect. Okay. So do we need more? We could probably put some more stuff in here. We could do something... oh, I actually wanted to do something before this ends. Let's see. How much time do we have left? 4 minutes 42. Perfect. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to make a new cube. There you go. Pull it all the way out. Ooh. We're going to now scale it longer. And then also scale it slimmer. There you go. Not too much though. There you go. We're going to rotate it by this axis, by the y-axis. We're going to pull it up. There you go. We actually have to move it out more, otherwise we're not going to really have too much space for the rest of the image. And then what I want to do is I want to make this a little bit thicker. There you go. Why is this one closer than the other one? Oh, probably because the this cube isn't perfectly set up. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. This looks pretty cool. Although, no. I like the symmetry aspect. Yeah, like that. Then I'm gonna grab this and move it up. Why is it going in this weird direction? I mean, it still works. No, it doesn't actually. There you go. I think slimmer looks actually better. Oh, hold on. Wait. Okay. There you go. Yeah, slimmer looks but definitely better. I like that more. 248. What if I use a circle for this? Like one more object in the scene. Which means we need a circle, which is very easy to grab. There you go. Move it up. We need a middle part. There you go. Remove the face. And then we're going to scale it up. I think I'm going to decrease the size of this ring. There you go. I'll go ahead and use a subdivision just to make it perfectly round. And then we need a solidify modifier to give it some thickness like that. Perfect. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Now I'm going to save it right there. Let's see. Does it look better with or without the ring? I definitely want to change one thing. I want to give this a texture as well. Let's make this black, or rather darker. Not perfectly black, but just, you know, a little bit darker so it's kind of hidden in the background. More like that. Maybe, yeah, let's put it to 0.2. 0.2, or let's set it to... No, I like 0.2. I'm going to link the material. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Easy. Should we use this, you know, this circle in the middle as well? Let's see. Like over here. Maybe. We'll see. We need the same material. Link material. Oh, that's quite bright. Hold on. Can we make this maybe a little bit weaker? 10. Ooh, interesting. I don't really know if I like that. That kind of, you know, taking away from the actual main point of this whole image, like the middle part, these 3 dots or the 3 spheres. So I'm not going to use that. I will not. Oh, hold on. Did I remove the circle? Hold on, I'm going to bring it back. Hopefully I can bring it back. Okay. There you go. You know what? 15 seconds. I have an idea. Oh, no. Oh, I need a cube. Pull it up. Rotate it by 45 degrees. rotate it by 45 degrees, rotate it by 45 degrees. Wait, that's wrong. Hold on. No. What do I need? I need to rotate it like this. Rotate it by 45 degrees. There you go. And then I'm gonna make it bigger. Oh yeah. Look at that. Right in the middle. Is it in the middle? It doesn't really look like it's in the middle. Why is it so weird? Oh, I know why. That's better. Okay, I'm gonna probably use the same material that I had in there. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Let's save it right there. Let's do some post-production once we've rendered the image. We're gonna go into the image or render result view. We're gonna go into the post-production window. We're gonna save it right there. 50% resolution for this sketch. There you go. And render. I like these very abstract renders. They kind of let you kind of just experiment with different, I don't know, just different methods, I would say. Different, you know, I don't know, just trying out different angles or just, yeah, just random stuff because it's like so abstract. You can basically do anything. Okay, let's go into the view. I mean, the post-production settings. All I need is my glare node. That is maybe, oh, that's quite bright. What about 10? Oh, that's still bright. What about 20? Oh my god, hold on. 50? Oh, there he is. Let's make it even smaller. 100. Okay, that's definitely too small. Weird that it's getting color again. There's no color. There should be no color. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Perfect. Save it right there. Okay. Let's do the final render. Oh, 32,128 sampled. I think that should take a while. Why don't we put it back to 128? There you go. Okay, perfect. Let's hit render. Until this is done, I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. Oh, I forgot actually to increase the modifier settings as well. Wait, I kind of, okay, well that's that doesn't work then. Okay. I thought I could increase something. Well, apparently not. Let's try again. Need to go to sleep earlier. Fell back a little bit. I had a pretty good rhythm going, and then I had my vacation week, and then I fell back. Now I need to catch back up and just get back to what I had before. think I right now just, you know, sleep just a little bit too late, or I don't have enough. You know, the threshold is like for me like 7 hours, 7.5 hours. If I go to bed right when it hits like 7 or 7.5 hours, yeah, let's say 7, then of course I still have to fall asleep, which then also takes a certain bit of time from my actual sleeping time, which then, you know, shifts everything back, or, you know, just removes more time off my sleeping time, which of course is not good. I think yesterday it took me like 15 minutes or so to, or maybe even 20 minutes to just get to sleeping. Usually it'll only take me like, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, maybe if even. But yesterday was actually quite long. Usually I have my perfect position to sleep in, that I just resort back to when I don't know, can't sleep. But I didn't really want to move, so I didn't really bother, you know, getting into my perfect position. But then at some point I just, yeah, you know, I kind of realized that it doesn't work, so I moved back to it, and then it worked like a charm, as usual. Oh, need to delete some footage. I only have 2.5 hours left on my my hard drive. Let's see what I can delete. I don't need that much. Let's see. Do I have any games that I can delete that I don't really play anymore? Let's see. No, not really. I mean, that doesn't really take much, right? No. Most of it is probably taken up by stuff like my my, you know, video footage, my recordings. Let's see if I can delete some of that I don't really need anymore. Yeah, that's I don't need that anymore. Anything else? Okay. We should have some more time now. Let's see. Still 2 hours, 35 minutes. Probably because it's in my bin still. I don't need software anymore. Get rid of that as well. Perfect. Oh, it's already done. Perfect. Let me just quickly go into my, what is it? My bin. Delete all that stuff. Yep. Okay. Perfect. So that's done. Let's go into post-production in Photoshop, not in Blender. In Blender we're already done with post-production. Let's save this image. There you go. Okay, perfect. Let's switch to Photoshop once I've imported my image. Where am I? I'm in the wrong folder. Oh no. There you go. There you go. Okay. Switch the scene. There you go. Perfect. Let's do some post-production. First of all, what I want to do is I'm probably going to use my... Oh, not that. I want to grab my selective color correction. Let's see if we can decrease the blacks a little bit more. You know, make it darker like that. I think that's pretty cool. Maybe even the gray tones. Let's see. Gray tones probably too much. We could maybe even increase those just a little bit. I don't want to make it too strong, otherwise that's just gonna, you know, we're gonna lose some detail in there. Maybe we could use a contrast node as well. Just a little bit, maybe like 30. 30 should work fine. Yeah, just a little bit, not too much. Perfect. Okay. Do we need more? We need the texture. You know what? I actually want to try something. What if I apply a... Let's do it. Make this a smart object. Then I'm going to go into my filter. Sharpening filter. Nope, that's the wrong one. This one. Just to make it a little bit stronger. Maybe even 500. Oh, no, that's definitely way too strong. 140 should work quite well. You know, just to make it a little bit sharper. There you go. Then I'm going to grab my good old fingerprint texture to finish off the look. There you go. Textures. Fingerprints. There you go. Just to add, you know, just a little bit more structure into the scene. Perfect the scene, basically. There you go. Yeah, I like that. Perfect. Okay. Maybe even... No, you know what? No, I'm going to keep it there. Oh, I actually wanted to try something else. I don't know if that really works. We'll see. So I'm going to grab my... Where can I find it? What was it again? It was like a lens flare. Where? Oh, in render filter. Right. There it is. Put that in the middle there somewhere. Does that really look good? I don't really know. It looks weird, I think. I don't really know if we could really use that. It looks just... Because there are 3 spheres anyway, it'll not look good. No, I'm gonna... That's not good. That's not a good image to use those good old lens flares. Gonna save the PSD file. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Oh, still saving. Okay, saved the JPEG. Let me import it into my phone so I can upload it to social media. Then you will actually see what we will talk about today. Save it right there once more. Oh, I need to go back to... Do I? No, I don't. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to Blender. So while I, of course, upload the image... Oh, now I have 5 hours left. Perfect. While I upload the image, you're going to see a quick compilation, roughly 3 minutes, of February and March of this year, what we've done on stream, which also, the second compilation contains what we will talk about today, which is the shadow animation between 2 models. Yeah, I'm going to import it into my phone right there. Perfect. Okay. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay. Yep. So let me, I'm going to keep this blend file open. You will enjoy the compilation while I upload my image. It'll take roughly 3 minutes. And then we're going to go back to, or we're going to go to today's topic. The first one, which is the shatter transition between 2 models. So until then, enjoy the compilation. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Everything's set up so we can go into the second topic. You already saw what we're going to talk about today. But yeah, maybe you don't know how I've made that transition between the likeness scopes, basically. So the ones that kind of, you know, twist and turn, and then they go into the next one. That's kind of what we're going to talk about today as the first topic. And then we're going to go back to the good old 2D to 3D sculpt. Okay, so let's open up the file so we can actually talk about it. I think I opened it rather recently. No. Actually, no. Oh, this one. Let's see. Yep, there it is. So, okay. Let's talk about how I made this animation. Let's start it. Let's play it from the beginning. Let me change the frames real quick. There you go. Start is 0. Let's just play it in the viewer so we can actually see what it looks like. First of all in here, and then, or you know what? I'm going to play the animation again just so we can, you know, see it again. Hold on, I have to open it real quick. Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. So we're going to not only look at it in the, like as a video, the final version, but also we're going to look at it in this view, in the Blender view, just so we can kind of compare the two and then maybe, you know, kind of allude to how it works. It's very, very simple. You basically just need 2 models and then an empty. And with just these 3 objects, you can basically create that transition. It's a little bit of setting up. Could be quite tedious, but once you know how it works, it's actually pretty simple. And I think it looks pretty cool, and it's very, very, very seamless. As long as you have, you know, objects that don't really have like a huge, I guess, shape difference. For example, if you have like, I don't know, like a pillar and then the other one is like a ring, that will probably not work as well. Maybe you could make it work, but something like the, you know, these busts definitely work quite well. Where's my compilation? There it is. Month 2. Oh, hold on. Oh, I can't bring it back. Oh no. We have to listen to the sound. That's okay. Okay. So, let me pause this. There you go. Okay, so we're going to go back to display capture. So you can actually see what I'm looking at. There you go. So, we have the animation here. Let's play it real quick up to the point where the actual transition begins. So, of course, we have the beginning right there. There's some 3D, I guess, a 3D display of all the quick sketches that I've done. And then, zip, there it goes. That's the beginning. You can see it right there, you know, showing off every model. And then you see it right there. Zip. Ooh, we get this nice, you know, like the model turns into shards, which then rotate around, get smaller, and get changed, or like change their place with another shard. So the animation itself, let's play it like all the way through, just so we have a few examples. There's another one soon, hold on. There it is. This one I actually changed the rotation of these shards. You know, and with these you can really make a very, very simple and very seamless transition between objects. There you go, another one. And then the last, no, actually there's one more. That's the last one. And then he explodes. Yeah, we're not going to cover the explosion today. We'll only cover the first part. So this transition, hold on. This transition right there. There This transition right there. Can we make this like slower? Oh, speed smaller. I mean, not smaller, slower. Okay, well that doesn't really help much. Okay, let's bring it back to normal. Yeah, so this transition is what I'm talking about. This you know, this that you see right there. The shards, like the model turning into shards, which then rotate and get smaller, as you can see right there, and then they get like they switch places with these new shards that then build up the new model. That is basically how it works. That is the animation, the transition. So we're gonna, of course, talk about how I did it. Let's go into Blender and see the same animation in here. I think this gives a better picture into how or what it actually does. Although it's kind of glitchy or kind of buggy, so you know, we see these huge blue lines. But I mean, we could play it in here as well, just to kind of, you know, show it again. We have the oh, okay, well, oh, there it is. Okay, we can see right there. It's a little bit slower, maybe even better that way. It's rotating, then zip, turning to the new one. Another one. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna make this flat. Nope, not flat. Studio. And then we need color random. There you go. See, it kind of rotates around, and then we can see the next rotation. There you go. And there you go. Next to the one. Zip. And there's the next one. And then this one's already ready. Switching, zip, rotating, and there's the last one, which then goes over to the explosion. Let's see it again. That's the first model. Then it turns into shards, which then they rotate, they exchange with the new shards. That's the new model. It gets into shards, the shards get smaller, exchange with the new ones, and there you go. That's basically the transition seen in the Blender view. We can maybe slow down a little bit just to look at it in a little bit more detail. So if you go a little bit closer, you can see right there is when it actually, no, it's rotating. There you go. And then right there is when it switches. So you can already see one important thing about this trick or this transition. If you have a very big or a very dense model, you will probably have to turn it into a less detailed model, which also means that you have to create a duplicate of the model. We're going to talk about the whole process or how you create it a little bit later. But the first thing you have to keep in mind is that if you have a very complex model, you have to first of all join all the parts of the model together, and then you have to use a remesh modifier. This one right there. You have to use a remesh modifier so that the following modification to the model are not too taxing on the PC that it like freezes or maybe even crashes. So yeah, that's what you just have to do to, you know, get this transition done. Of course, if your PC is like a NASA PC or whatever, then it could probably do the same with like the full version. But if you go in here, for example, you can see like how dense it is. See right there, all these vertices are so close together. On this one, it's like very, very big. You can even see each individual one. So this one's way easier, of course, to process. Yeah, so if you do the transition with very complex shapes like these busts, for example, you definitely need to make a low quality version, or I guess low quality version of this mesh, of the original mesh, just so you can do the transition between these two objects. Yeah, and then you see right there it gets smaller, smaller, and it basically changes. It's not like the shards that rotate turn into the new ones. They kind of like deform. They actually just get smaller, fully like scale all the way up to 0, and then get exchanged with new shards. It's not like the old one just shapes into the new one. The old one just, I guess, hides or like gets smaller, and the new one gets bigger, which means it is actually not like a transition in the sense that the model just I guess, transforms, it's more a transition in that, yeah, the models basically just, yeah, change places in a seamless way, in the way that, you know, you can't really, you know, in that movement, you can't really make out like individual particles, which also makes it look like seamless, because there's no visible cut. It just happens like that. Zip, 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 zip. Okay, and all you need for this motion design transition, this seamless transition, is two models and an empty. That's all you need. Everything else is just fluff. Like the lighting, for example, that I have here, or the background. That's all just unnecessary. So let's go into how I made this. I can probably just make a new scene in here. Actually, should I? Yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna make a new scene in here, just so we can start a new. Copy settings, full copy, new. There you go. Okay, so everything's new. The windows are still here. That's good. So what we need first is, I'm probably gonna join this. There you go. So first things first, what we need is a camera. Of course, we always need a camera. There you go. Oh, hold on. There you go. Pull it all the way back. Then to see the model, actually, no, I'm gonna just keep it there. I think what we could use for this part would probably be Suzanne, actually. So what I'll grab is Suzanne. Hold on, where's my Suzanne? Mesh grid monkey. Of course, we have this monkey. We should probably have another one as well. We can probably just make two versions of this. So I'm gonna just duplicate this, move it over here. I'm just gonna make a second version of this real quick. Let's see, what could we change? Make it more human, more human-like. There you go. Let's change the eyebrows as well. I don't know why it's named Susan. Welcome, Vicente. I don't know. It's just like, I think that's just the name of it. I didn't give it the name. I think that it's been there since the beginning of Blender. Okay, that looks kind of like a stoned monkey. Hold on. Okay, well hold on. What could we do with like a heart face? Okay, that looks so bad. But I mean, it's a different monkey now. So yeah, now we have two versions of this. Oh. Okay. So what we need for this is, yeah, two models, and then we also need an empty. Let's grab the plain axis empty. I think that's the easiest one to use. Then what we also need is nothing, basically. Yeah, we have two versions of this model. I'm gonna move them all the way over here. So we want now to transition from this purple monkey to this green monkey. They have two different versions. I just, you know, changed them a little bit so we can distinguish between the two. So as I said before, these ones, let's pretend they are quite high in density. They aren't that high, but I mean, you know, for presentation's sake, I'm gonna make a low quality version of this as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate this. There you go. And I will apply a remesh modifier. So what I'm gonna do now is basically just to create a low quality version of these two models to be able to use these for the transition. Let's set it to 0.04. That should look quite big. Of course, it's just a presentation, so I'm not gonna make it perfect. I'm gonna apply that right there. Actually, I'm gonna duplicate this one as well. Let's move these two over here. There you go. Then I'm gonna apply the same modifiers. There you go. We have the two. We're gonna apply the modifier. And now we have the empty. We have the two high quality monkeys. And we also have the low quality monkeys. The transition objects basically. So now the transition is basically just the monkey coming in. I don't know. You know, it's just gonna appear. I don't know. It's gonna scale up, whatever. Or it's just gonna. It is just here in the beginning. Then it'll turn into this monkey. So they're gonna change places. So this monkey will change place with this monkey. This monkey will transform the first part of the animation, the first part of the transition. Then it'll switch places with this monkey, which will go into its place and finish the transition. And then once the transition is done, it's going to switch places with the high quality version again. So the order is this one first, then this one. Oh, hello. This one, then switch places to this one, and then switch places with this one. That's the basic transition. But before we do that, we will need to do a few changes. What I mean is we actually need 2 empties for each monkey, because otherwise we can I think we kind of have to fiddle around with a few, you know, it's just a little bit more complex and maybe not as dynamic. So I'm actually going to make 2 empties. We're going to move them over here. I'm going to put one right in front of the first monkey, and the other one will be in front of the other monkey. There you go. Now I'm going to go into the monkey, which already has the modifier applied, and there's an add-on that we will need to make these shards. If we go into edit preferences, you can't see the window, but you can just open your own if you want to do the same, you know, transition. You can go to add-ons, and then there's an add-on called, what is it? Cell fracture. It's called cell fracture. It should be like a natural or like an, you know, Blender internal add-on that you can activate. It's called cell fracture, which enables you to use a new window or new functions. The new functions you can access by just searching for cell fracture, or you go to objects, quick effects, cell fracture, and there you go. Now you get this new window. In this new window, you can set a few settings, of course. You can, I guess, customize your shards. What I usually do is probably own vertices, source limit. Yeah, you can play around with these settings. The usual only thing that I really change is the source limit. The source limit basically tells you how many shards there will be. So if I set it to 100 and hit OK, it'll turn this into a, you know, it's going to split this monkey into smaller shards. Right there, it takes a while, and exactly this is why you would create a low version of your model. If you would do the same function with the high quality model, it would just crash. That's basically what happened with me. It would just crash the whole program. So to be able to do the transition, we have to create a low quality version of this monkey, and now we have all these shards. It is so intense for the PC to, you know, calculate all these shards, just because it basically creates a 3D Voronoi texture around the monkey, and then it uses this texture to cut each geometry into its own small shard. That's why it basically it uses I don't know, like 100 boolean, like it booleans this monkey 100 times, which leaves you with all these shards. Of course, if you want to go back and want to have less shards, you can just go back and come on. Oh, hello. There it is. Let's try again. So, cell fracture. Let's set it to 50, or let's set it to 25. If I do that and hit OK, we see the shards are way bigger. And there you go. Now we have less shards. Of course, the more shards we have, the more seamless the transition will look like. So we're gonna probably use 100. I think 100 looks pretty good. 100. There you go. Okay. There you go. There you go. Perfect. So. Oh. Okay. I need to remove my main monkey. There you go. Okay. So now I have all these individual shards right there. Perfect. The good thing now is that we can now move. No, we can now apply these shards to the empty. That is the next step in this. But before I do that, I'm gonna do the same self-fracture function on this one as well. Did I just delete an empty? I think I did. So now I'm gonna go to this monkey and do the same. Just self-fracture, the settings should be the same. Okay, there you go. Takes a second, and then once that's done, we have 2 shattered monkeys. There you go. I want to remove the main monkey. There you go. And now we have 2 shattered monkeys. And now comes the magic. Basically the main, I guess, you know, the main part of this. It's kind of confusing, I guess. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use some drivers. No, we're not going to use drivers. We're going to use constraints. So we're going to start with this purple shard right there. We'll go into the constraint properties and we'll add a copy rotation constraint. We then use the target, this empty. There you go. Let's call this empty 1. The other one will be called empty 2. There you go. So now this shard is copying the rotation of this empty. So now if I rotate this, you can see what happens. The shard uses the exact same rotation that we applied to this empty. Not only in this direction, but in every direction, basically. Woo. So what we can do now is we can first of all change a few settings, but I think the basic settings work quite well on this. And then we can copy this constraint to all the other shards as well. The easiest way to do that would just be to go into X-ray mode by pressing Alt Z, or also I think you could press, no, you can go in here into this, you can click this, which is the X-ray button. Once you click that, you have this see-through view. You select every shard either with the C cursor or just like B, for example, and make like a, you know, a cube. Select everything. Once you have everything selected, you have to mark this purple shard so that this one is the active object that's selected. There you go. And then there is I think you just type in copy constraints to selected object. If you do that, you can see we have way more lines. And now if you rotate this empty, you can see what happens. Ooh, every single shard changes its rotation according to this empty, which is exactly what we need for this animation. But that's not the only constraint that we need. So we can actually, yeah, we could delete all the constraints from these, you know, from all these shards again. We don't really have to do that though. We can just start off with the next constraint with this shard again. So we need one more constraint. Actually, no, we need 2 more constraints. The first constraint that we need is the copy scale. There you go. We grab that and we use this empty again. And there you go. Now if I scale this, we should see that this the shard gets smaller. Perfect. So now if I combine these two, I'm going to rotate this. I'm also going to scale this. You can see it gets smaller. It gets smaller and it rotates. That's basically the whole magic of this this animation. Now that these 2 constraints are on this shard, I'm going to copy these constraints to all the other shards as well. There you go. Copy. Now, oh, what is that? Wait, did that work? Oh, it worked. Perfect. And now you can see what happens. If I scale this empty, all of them will get smaller like that. And then at some point, boop, they're all gone. If you scale this empty all the way back to 0. So the magic will then be to rotate this to a certain degree and also scale it at the same time. Then to a certain degree, yeah, you scale it all the way to 0, which will leave you with nothing. And then you do the same with the other monkey, but in the opposite direction. So you're gonna scale it up and rotate it to create a transition between the two models. So yeah, let's apply the same constraint to this monkey. But before we do that, we have to do one more thing, which is, of course, if we want to move these monkeys, or if you want to exchange this monkey's position with this sharded monkey's position, this transition monkey model, we have to move all these shards all the way over there, which is of course very annoying if you just do it by moving everything. What you could do is you could grab a cube, move it over here. Hold on. There you go. So you could use a cube to do that. You could then set this, I don't know, to wire, for example. Like that. And then you parent not only the empty, but also all the shards to this cube. Let's do that real quick. Oh. There you go. We then select the cube, parent object, set parent to object, the cube, which now means if I move this cube, everything will move with the cube. And then once you rotate this empty, everything will rotate, and of course scale works the same way. Of course it would do the same with this cube. If I scale the cube, everything would scale. If I rotate the cube, everything would rotate. So you could probably, I don't know, play around with these things as well. How I actually did it in my transition, in my animation, is probably the, I guess, less effective way. But I want to show it to you anyway. So I'm going to remove this cube. Now they aren't parented to anything anymore. What I can do now is I can go back to this shard and use another constraint. I'm going to use the copy location constraint. I'm going to set the target to, actually should I, no, not copy location. I need the copy transforms. Select this empty. And then what I need, no, that's the wrong one, hold on. This one's the right one. This one's a little bit more complex. So the transformation constraint, we have to select this empty, there you go. What that basically does, it copies the transformation that you apply to the empty. So if I move this empty now, nothing happens because we have to change a few settings. First of all, what we have to do is we have to go to location, and we have to define the location mapping, the limit, the maximum, and the minimum. We can define the maximum and minimum. So if this shard is only supposed to move by map to, no, hold on, minimum of 0 meters and then maximum of, I don't know, 5 meters on the x-axis. Right now it's at 7 meters. Okay, hold on. Now if we move this, nothing happens. Why? Hold on, I think I have to do, oh yeah, we have to do the same on here as well. There you go. There you can see what happens. If I move this empty, it's gonna pull this shard with it as well. We have to do a few changes to make this work properly. That's how I did it, but I think the parenting way is way easier and more intuitive. So we're gonna use that. So we're gonna grab a cube again, move it all the way back here. Perfect. We will set this to wired view. Actually, I'm gonna just remove only faces so we have this nice frame there. And then we will parent everything to this cube. Everything that is part of this first monkey. There you go. Parent to object. There you go. Now, if we move this, we can see everything follows. and we can still rotate and scale with this empty. So now what we have to do is we can start the animation. So we can probably do the first part of the animation, and then we're gonna go over the next part, the later half of the transition. So of course the monkey will be in the beginning, like we'll sit there in the beginning in the middle of the scene. There you go. Let's actually go into camera view. Okay. So that's the monkey, and the monkey is only there to be transitioned to another object. So we're gonna give it maybe like a, I don't know, start. Let's set it to frame 10. Then we will keyframe the location. The only keyframe that we have to set is for the X location. We have to insert a single keyframe, and then we go over to keyframe or frame 11, exactly the next frame, and move this monkey all the way out of the frame, right over there. Doesn't really matter that they intersect. I can actually just move it over here, and that should work fine. And then once we have moved this keyframe, or once we've moved one keyframe ahead and moved the monkey, you can see this keyframe value is orange, which means there's a new value in that keyframe, or yeah, there's a new value set in the value that has been keyframed. Do you want to set this? It's unset right now, that's why it's orange. If you say insert single keyframe, now it's yellow. Now it means it is a set value that you can also see in your keyframes right here. You can see small little cubes right there in the beginning, small little cubes. So which means on 10 and before that, the monkey will be on that spot, and then after 10, like since 11, it's on in this spot, it basically just moves over. So now what we can do is we can transition from this monkey to the other one, to the low quality version. Meaning we just grab this cube, we set a keyframe at 10, insert single keyframe, and then we go to 10 where they should change positions. We'll go to 11 and we bring this value all the way back to 0. And there you go. Now we have transitioned from one monkey to the other. If we play these two, you can look at this down here. You can see they basically just change color. I mean, not color. They change position, or they, you know, one takes the position of the other one. Of course, you can see a small movement just because it's not perfectly set up. You know, this cube isn't right in the middle of this monkey, so the monkey is kind of offset from the original midpoint. So that doesn't really matter that much, at least in this presentation, this tutorial or whatever. See, now we have the transition to the animation object. Which we now have to do is we have to animate this empty. We have to do the first part of the transition, meaning we're going to go into this empty, we're going to select the empty, and we're going to start the transition right when the transition monkey version, the low quality version, enters the scene basically. So we're going to apply the rotation. We're going to go to the Z rotation for this one, insert single keyframe, and then we can probably go to, let's make it slow. Set it to 30 frames later. We're going to set it to 180s, I think what I've used. There you go. We will insert the single keyframe. And now you can see what happens. All these shards rotate individually and create this mess that you can see on the screen. So now, of course, this way, everything looks now weird. You don't really know what you're really seeing. It's just like a mess. To transition from this mess to the other one, we will scale these smaller so they basically vanish into nothingness, and we're going to scale it all the way back to 0 so that they basically just are gone. They're so small you can't see them anymore because they're scale none. They're not non-existent anymore. So what we have to do is we have to go in here. We not only have to animate the rotation, we also have to animate the scale. For the scale though, we have to animate the whole, every axis. So we have to go in here, insert keyframes, every keyframe, not only X, not only Y, not only Z, but actually all three of them. We set insert keyframes. Now all of them have a keyframe set. We then go to keyframe or frame 31, and then we set this to 0. We will insert keyframes once more. Now we have a nice transition of this monkey appearing or basically disappearing. Look at that. Ooh, and it's gone. And then that's the first half of the animation. Now this animation we have to repeat, but in the reverse order. So the other monkey, of course, to appear has to start from scale nothing and then appear with appear and end up in scale 1. So let's set up the other monkey now. What I want to do first is I want to move this over here out of the frame. There you go. The next part that we need is a cube. Gonna align it back to this empty right there. There you go. Gonna remove all faces. So we have this nice frame. Okay, let's move it over a little bit so it's perfectly in the middle of this monkey. There you go. Perfect. So now we have the frame. We have to parent everything in here to this cube. Let's do that real quick. Select everything. There you go. Parent to the cube. Pay attention that the cube is actually highlighted in yellow, not everything else, like anything else. There you go. Now the cube is the parent, which means we can move the cube, and we move everything inside of the cube. And now we have to just create the constraints for these shards and apply them to the empty. So we go to one of the shards, I guess the copy shard, the base shard. We can just choose any one of them. It doesn't really matter which one we choose. And then we go into the constraints. We add the first constraint, copy rotation. We select this empty. There you go, empty 2. And now we can, if we rotate this shard. We then go once more into the same shard and add the copy scale. We use the same empty. And there you go. We rotate this, you can see it does the exact same. One thing, you might have a problem that once you apply one of your constraints, the shard immediately changes its shape, which could mean that if you scale this, for example, a little bit higher to 1.3, and then you use the copy scale constraint and now apply the empty, you can see it changed its size. That is basically because this empty is not at its original scale at scale 1. It is at scale 1.312, which means this shard, which was previously at scale 1, will also copy the scale 1.312 onto itself as well through the constraint that we've just applied to it. Meaning, if you want to bring this back to its original size, we have to first either apply the scale on this empty by hitting Ctrl A and then apply scale, or what we can also do is we can just go into the scale values and then set it to 1. And there you go, now it's back to its original size. It works the same with rotation as well. If this empty is rotated, you can see the rotation right there. If you press N, you can open up this panel right there, and you can see the rotation over there. You can see the rotation get copied, of course. If that looks like, if you have this problem, you just have to either apply the rotation or you just bring the rotation all the way back to 0. There you go. So now that we have this set up for this shard, both constraints are applied to the shard. We have to copy these constraints to all the other shards. So we're going to select all of them, not the cube though. Hitting Shift and then left click twice will deselect this cube. And then we highlight this shard, the main shard with all the constraint on them. We hit search, or what is it? Object constraints. Copy constraints to selected object. And now everything has the same, every shard has this constraint. So if I move this now, we can see, woo, we get this nice transition. Or we get this, now everything moves according to the rotation and scale of this empty. So now we can finalize the transition, which is pretty simple. All we have to do is basically just to wait. So we're going to do a quick, we're going to do a very simple transition first, and then we're going to kind of min-max it a little bit later. I'm going to show you what I mean with that. So the beginning of course is the monkey will be changed from the high quality version to this low quality version. It starts rotating and scaling, so it gets smaller, smaller, smaller until you can't see it anymore. Then what we have to do, we have to move this parent out, and we have to exchange the first monkey low quality version with the second monkey low quality version, which means we have to go back into the cube and add another keyframe. Right where it stops, there is where you have to create a new keyframe. You can either do it in the keyframe where it hits scale 0, or you go into the keyframe before that. We can do this one. We can go in here, and then we go into the location keyframe, the location, insert single keyframe. Then we go one frame further to 31, and then we move this out of the frame. There you go. And then we say insert single keyframe. So now all that we have to do, it comes in, it rotates, it's out, and then we have to bring this monkey in. So we just have to go into frame 30, say insert single keyframe to its location. Then we go to frame 31 and bring this back to 0, so it's in the center of the frame. Insert single keyframe, and that's the exchange between these two objects. Now that we've exchanged the two, we have to do one more thing. Of course, we cannot start with a full monkey. We have to start with nothing and then bring in the monkey. So we have to do the keyframes on this one as well. So this empty actually starts with scale 0 and rotation 180. No, it starts with the rotation negative 180, because once you move one shard in this direction by 180 degrees, to continue or keep the same movement going, you have to bring the other monkey back so that it can continue the same rotation. So if the first monkey starts like this, and then it gets exchanged by the new one has to start like this and then rotate up. So we have to rotate these shards by rotate. We start with negative 180. There you go. And of course we have to set the scale as well, which means, I have to actually make sure that if you rotate this, you hit R for rotate and then Z to only rotate on the Z axis. Set it to negative 180. There you go. Apply the rotation, insert single keyframe. Wait, no, we have to set it, we have to set the value at 31, no, at 30. Insert single keyframe. We also have to give this a scale. So we scale this all the way down to 0. There you go. Insert keyframes, all axes, and then we go to 31 and start the animation. Or no, we now go, how many frames do we use for this one? 20, right? So we have to move to this monkey. We go 20 frames from 30 further, so that would be 50. We go to 50, and then we say, first of all, where's the empty? Of course it's not there because it's scale 0. You can just, use this box select tool, which is this one up here. Select the empty. Wait, is that the right one? There it is. You can also just click it if you know where it is. And then you go into the scale first, the rotation, set it to 0. Insert single keyframe, and then the scale, set it back to 1. And then insert keyframes. Now if we play the animation, before we do that though, let's actually test if it looks right. So we have the first monkey, it changes its position with the low quality version. This one rotates to counterclockwise, halfway. It exchanges its place with the new one. The new one rotates counterclockwise as well, and continues and finishes the 360 degrees. There you go. Now we have the new low quality version monkey. The only thing that is missing now is we have to change the low quality version back to the high quality version, which means we have to keyframe the position of this cube once more. Oh, hold on. I usually do it right before it finishes its rotation, just because immediately when it reaches its original point, we see the high quality version, which is, in my opinion, looks a little bit smoother. So we don't keyframe the animation from where it basically completes again, which would be keyframe or frame 50, we would go to frame 49, insert single keyframe, and then on 50, we move it out of the frame. There you go. And then insert single keyframe. So the only thing that is missing now is the high quality version. So we go back to 49, frame 49. We say insert single keyframe. We go to 50 and say value 0 for the X location. Insert single keyframe. And there you go. That's the whole transition. Now we can see it in this view, for example, in the camera view. Let's hit play. Woo. Of course, as you can see, mine was a little bit more intertwined. This one is, it vanishes completely and then you get the new version. Mine was more, I guess, combined. We can do that. That's what I meant with min-maxing the animation. So so if you have these two blocks of animations, first what happens is like the monkey is gone, and then there's the halfway transition, and then the new transition begins, or like the new monkey comes in, the low quality version, and kind of appears again, and then you have the high quality version of the new monkey. We can also take these two animations, the disappear and appear animation, and intertwine them a little bit, so that basically the two low quality versions exist in a small amount of time in the center together, so that once the first high quality version starts to vanish, the new version comes in earlier so that they kind of intertwine with each other. I'm going to show you what I mean. So let's go back to the first monkey that we have here, and you can see it starts to vanish right there. So what we can do is we can probably let's go to the halfway point, to 20, which would be 10 frames later, so the halfway point of this animation. We then go into this monkey and move not only the position, so the monkey will come in earlier, right there. We will also change the empty animation all the way to 20. What that does is basically this. Now they are both at the same time existing in the same spot, which now means we have a more smooth transition between the two. While the first monkey's shards get smaller, the new monkey shards disappear, the new monkey shards appear. We can see it right there. There are the new ones that come, and these bigger ones are the ones that go. So now if we continue this transition, we can see it is a seamless transition between the two objects. But of course, we have to also bring these keyframes a little bit further to the front, right when this monkey stops. When this monkey moves out of the frame, right there. There you go. If we move these keyframes all the way to the front, now this is a seamless transition between two objects that can basically be very, very complex. It works way better if you have two very similar, I guess at least shaped objects. So having a full body statue and then just like a head wouldn't really work that well, just because they don't really have the same shape. But it could, if you don't use this intertwine method, but actually just vanish one and then let the other one appear, it could actually probably work as well. But now if you look at the whole animation, you can see it's way more intertwined and also more like way smoother. You can see, if we look down here, you can see the first one vanishes and you can already see the new ones appearing, which makes it look like these particles don't really disappear, they only get smaller and get big again. You can't really, distinguish the new ones from the old ones, which just makes it look more seamless. Of course, the shape is a little bit different, which means you can see right there, there are a few particles that just, and like leave. They won't be replaced by new ones, but it still looks very seamless in the end. If we look at it now, see, it's a little bit visible, but I think in like if you use this as like a short animation, I think it works quite well. Yeah, and that's how the animation works. Of course, I've used different methods of transitioning. So once I've used this empty to rotate it like this way. No, I think I've only used either the Z rotation or the X rotation. Both works, of course. It's your own preference. You could play around with these settings, but that is basically the basic transition or how you do it. It is actually pretty simple once you know how it works. And I think it's quite effective to just, you know, transition between two objects. So if you want to try that, it shouldn't be too hard. So yeah, hopefully that was understandable, and hopefully yeah, that was helpful. I haven't really seen that many actually motion design guides or tutorials or examples on YouTube, like, you know, like animations, for example, or like animation tutorials or whatever. Maybe I'm gonna do more of those because they're actually quite fun. I would just have to do more myself of them. Maybe we could do like a whole, I don't know, motion design. We could maybe make a compilation on stream. Although I like this I guess surprise effect when there's like a new animation that I can, or a new compilation that I can show off once it's done. If you do it on stream, of course, the kind of the magic of the first time watching is kind of, you know, gone. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do just like a small project. But that's the whole animation. That's how it works. You know, just first of all, high quality monkey. Let's rehearse once more. We have the high quality monkey. It exchanges with the same monkey but in low quality, split into multiple shards. Then it follows the rotation and scale of this empty. This empty gets smaller. The scale changes and rotates to 180 degrees. Then it switches places with the new monkey's low quality version. This one will come in and copy the location of its own empty, which has rotation and scale keyframed. And then once the animation is almost done, it exchanges with the new high quality version of the second monkey, or the second model, and you have the full transition. That's basically how it works. Might look complex, but it's actually pretty simple. I was always looking for a, you know, I was looking for the compilation because I wanted to seamlessly transition between multiple different likeness scopes, which all kind of look different in their maybe like minor details or like overall just their structure. I wanted to find a good transition that, you know, that is seamless, that you can't really see the transition point. And I think this one works quite well with two different models. So yeah. And it's also pretty quick to set up. How long did that take now? Yeah, I mean, if you do it quick, you can probably do it in 20 minutes or so. Sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, so that's the animation. That's how I did it. Okay, so now that we have that done, that was the topic of today, which means we have some more time to do something else. And what else would that be? I would say that would be the recreation. Let me save this file real quick. Actually, should I? Yeah, I'm gonna save it. So let's open up my good old 3D recreation model, Noodle Girl. We left off finishing, I think, or working on the hand. There you go. So let's continue there. Before we start though, I'm gonna go back to sitting. So I'm gonna mute myself for a second and then we're gonna continue. There you go, easy. Okay, so what do I need? Oh, I need my graphics tablet. Okay, there you go. So let's continue. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the hand and make this look more natural, I guess. Let's go to sculpting. There you go. Okay. I'm not gonna, you know, spend too much time on the fingers or the hand itself. Just to, you know, have some more time for the rest. But at least I want to make this, you know, look somewhat good. You see the fingers are kind of weird right now. I'm gonna pull them forward just a little bit to make them actually round. There you go. Her fingers are actually quite thin as far as I see, so we can actually keep the thickness. We've just brought the knuckles in yesterday, so now let's work on these individual fingers. Of course, they don't have any fingernails right now, but we'll bring that in later. So what I've seen is that if you look at your finger in this in this position basically, you can see that the top of the finger is thinner than the midpoint basically. It's basically like a trapezius. That is, I think, something important to keep in mind for these. So you can see right there, this one's more set up like a ball, where the top is very flat, and then it basically just falls off like a sphere basically. So if I move this higher into a trapezius shape, hopefully that'll look a little bit more natural. Maybe even smooth this a little bit. It's still laggy. I wonder why. Probably because of the geometry that is here right now, which I changed with, or like which I, you know, exchange with the new one. Okay. Yeah, now it has this trapezius shape. I think that works. I think that looks better now. Although, hold on. Yeah. I want to move this a little bit further to the front though. Gonna grab my snake hook, pull this a little bit more forward, like that. So it's a little bit sharper. Yeah, I think that works quite well. And there you go. Maybe a little bit too high. I think that's okay. I think it's a similar shape throughout the rest of the finger as well, but it's not as crazy as on these knuckle parts. There you go. Okay. So now that we've reached the end of the first finger. Let's see what the shape looks like for me. It's quite round for me. Hold on, I want to show you the finger. How do I make this? Let's grab this one. It's quite round. For her in the drawing, it's actually also quite round, but it's longer. So it's pointier, I would say. First of all, what I want to change, I want to move this further into the middle, like the pointiest part of the finger, right there. Okay. I think it's too pointy though, because we still have to bring in, what is it? The fingernail, which then will make it even pointier because it's so long. We can make this a little bit rounder, like that. Okay. Okay. That looks pretty good. Maybe we could give this finger a little bit more thickness over here. Just a little bit, not too much. Of course, we are kind of in a weird spot because we have the other side, like the next finger as well, which you kind of affect by sculpting in here, but I think that's okay. There you go, perfect. Let's put in a fingernail. We of course have the fingernail bed right here. I think we don't have enough geometry to really put in a fingernail. We could try though. So what I usually do is I'm just going to select this part with a mask, with my mask tool, like that. And then I invert the selection, and then I use the selection with my snake hook tool and pull out a new fingernail. There you go. Geometry is actually good enough. Perfect. Let's make it a little bit wider. There you go. Perfect. That's the first one. Of course, the geometry isn't sufficient enough to display like the intricate details, but that's okay. I actually want to decrease the thickness of this right now. I want to make this a little bit thinner. So what I'll do is I'll select the whole finger with Shift A. You can create this wave-like selection for your mask. It starts where you have your mouse over. There you go. So if you hover your mouse somewhere and then you should press Shift A, it starts this, you know, this wave-like selection, which is very useful for selecting stuff like these limbs. We can then say sculpt, hide masked, and there you go. The only thing that is left now is the finger that we work on, which is way easier to do, or which means we can see the part that we're working on way better. There you go. Yeah, I would say that's the first finger. I'm gonna give it some more volume on the side. Make it wider at the bottom than at the top. That's where all the meat is. I don't know if that's just like a lie that just everybody, I don't know, believes or whatever. But I read somewhere, or I heard from someone, that biting off your finger is actually just as easy as, you know, biting off a piece of a carrot, which is kind of weird. Like, of course, if you do it on your own, it's of course painful, so like your body stops yourself from doing it. But you know, if you have, like, I don't know, if you ever get the chance to try it, then yeah, it's supposed to be as easy as biting through a carrot. I can't confirm neither deny the fact. I haven't tried it myself, but it sounded pretty interesting. It is actually pretty believable for me. If I think about when you get, like, for example, I don't know, wings, and you have these wings with bones in them, it is actually pretty simple to bite through those bones. I don't know if that's just this easy because, I don't know, chicken bones are a little bit less dense or whatever, I don't know if that's the case, but it was actually pretty simple. So it sounded pretty believable to me, but maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe it is actually not doable. Don't really have anything where I can try it on, so you know, it's an experiment left on hold for now. I don't really know if I would actually want to try it. I don't think I can find a participant that would be willing to do it. Although there was this case of somebody agreeing to get eaten by somebody else, which was actually in Germany. So I mean, I guess everything is possible if you find the right person. Maybe I just have to find somebody that likes me to bite their fingers off. I mean, I only have to do it once, in theory at least. Maybe I have to do another try just to, you know, just to confirm. But yeah. You basically only need one. Wait, oh. Okay, next finger. There you go, first knuckle. Let's do the second one. Perfect. It's a little bit too round. Let's make it more pointy. Of course, not too pointy. That's always the struggle. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Now the finger is too thick, except for in the end. So we have to make it rounder. Round it up, chief. There you go. Okay. Okay. Looking pretty good. Okay, now we have the fingernail. Actually, I want to make this finger a little bit thinner first. Okay. Perfect. So recently, or since actually quite a while, I was working on this, I guess, off like my resume video animation, whatever, where I kind of tried to, or I wanted to incorporate just like all the skills that I have in some sort of like resume style, not only showing off my I know visible skills, I guess, through animations and 3D and all that stuff, but also, you know, all the, I don't know, certifications or whatever that I have, just to, you know, replace my normal resume with a video resume, because the stuff that I want to do, I think, you know, having a video resume fits better than having a normal resume, I guess. But you know, it is actually hard to find time for it. There's always something else that I want to do, and everything else that I want to do is just more exciting, and then it always falls to the wayside. Maybe at some point I just have to, you know, take out some time and just work on it to finish it finally. I don't know. Or what I also thought about was to just use the first two compilations that I have as some sort of resume, and then, you know, bring in the rest, the other two, like the paperwork separately. But I think it has a way different impact if you actually have like a full-blown animation about everything, rather than just like the, oh well, here's my work, and then, oh, here you can read about my, you know, certificates or whatever. I think having everything in the same video, I think, is way more engaging. Of course, the plan would be not only to have that, but also to have a written form of everything. Just if you want to read it, then you don't have to watch the video and like pause in certain sections. You can just read it. But yeah, I don't know. I think that makes like a way better impression than just sending somebody like, oh well, I wanna work for you. Here's my paperwork, where I describe why I am the best for your, you know, why I'm the best at what I do and why you should hire me. I think you can way easier just prove why you would be the best, rather than trying to prove it by, you know, writing some sort of pretentious stuff or whatever. Maybe not pretentious, but, you know, trying to make yourself look as good as possible. Why are you doing that if you can just, you know, show off what you can? I think that's has way more impact than just writing it down. And it also kind of breaks out of the mold, or I don't know if you can say that, like, if that is a sentence. You know, you're not just like a regular applicant. You actually put in time to create this, which means you value your like this application more than if somebody just sends in their cookie cutter resume, for example. And even if there isn't really like a job that may be open for you, if it's maybe a bigger company, for example, they might even just, you know, make a position for you, or they just, I don't know, fire somebody else, or they just keep you in mind for later. It doesn't really have to be like immediate success. It can also just be like, hey, here I exist, don't forget me or whatever. And then maybe at a later date they write back to you and tell you, hey, why you wrote your application somewhat, your resume, you applied to it, or like to us, you sent your application. We have a new spot right there. Do you want to come still? Do you still want to come? You know, I think you would have a way better job of actually getting the job if you just spent a little bit of time on your resume, because that's the only real thing that people see if you apply for a job at their like in that company. And if that's the only shot, why would you just send? I mean, of course, I know why somebody would just send their usual cookie cutter stuff, but I don't know. I never really had the desire. Maybe I'm quite fortunate with that, but I never had the situation where I would just send out 80 resume, or like, you know, just send out my resume to everybody so that someone would pick me. I did that for my apprenticeship, but not after that. I mean, after my apprenticeship, I was basically just working in the company that I did the apprenticeship in, but even, yeah. Now, once I have my, I guess, certificate, I would, you know, spend a little bit more time on my resume, because, I mean, of course, that is still just a theory, because I haven't really applied for a new job, but I think if you just spend a little bit more time on a high-quality resume, you don't have to send as many, and you would probably get more positive results than negatives if you just spend a little bit more time on your resume rather than just sending out like the basic stuff like everybody else. If you wanna be, what is it? If you wanna, hold on, what is it called? Oh, if you wanna be an exception, you have to act like one or whatever. You do what everybody else does, you're gonna be treated like everybody else. If you do special stuff, you're gonna be treated specially. And yeah. Maybe I'm quite fortunate that I can just work where I work, and I can choose when I need or when I want to move. Even if I don't get the new job, I can just still stay there where I'm currently. I'm not like, okay, I have to get this job now or whatever. But even then, I would have more time and, you know, could spend more time on like a high quality resume as well. Yeah, but no. I think I'm in a quite fortunate spot, so I don't want to, you know, blame anyone for not doing it. Okay. These first two look pretty good. Let's do the next two. No, hold on, there's one more. And then we have the two that are together. Those ones will actually be a little bit harder. But we'll do these two as well. There you go. I actually saw, like, there's this new demo that came out. I think like a half a year ago or so. There was the first demo for Unreal Engine 5. And then there was the new presentation just, I think, last week, which was very, very cool. And now it was actually open for everybody to download. I think the first test version or whatever. So there are new videos showing basically the power of Unreal Engine 5. It was actually pretty, first of all, interesting and impressive. So stuff like global illumination, or, you know, just overall realistic lighting looks way better now. Combining that with photo scan assets, and you basically have a photorealistic anything. If you just, you know, if you just use photorealistic objects. There was somebody that had a photo scanned forest. I don't think if he really like photo scanned the whole forest. He basically just grabbed all the individual assets and combined them. But you know, if you do that, you not only have the model that is photorealistic in terms of, you know, proportions and structure, but you also have the textures, the photorealistic textures, and the textures are immediately perfectly applied to the to the object. So you basically only would have to optimize the model to be used in a game, for example. But even I think like the video that I saw for a second, I think he said that the objects weren't even optimized, so it ran even smoothly with a 3090 RTX 3090 without optimizing everything. So that is pretty crazy. And then you saw this video of this, you know, this Robert, like him flying through the scene or going through that forest, and it of course it looks like a photo because it's like photo scanned, so it basically looks like real life, which was pretty crazy to see. Of course, kind of like if you play a game with photorealistic assets, environments, the thing that always kind of breaks that immersion is, first of all, of course, the perspective, and also mostly like the camera movement, and mostly probably the characters. I think there's still a kind of like a lack of high fidelity in characters, especially in hair. Hair still looks very flat, very low quality. You can see that in the new Resident Evil. All the characters, like the skin and the models themselves, they look actually pretty realistic. The only thing that really pulls you out of that immersion is like this horrible hair that just looks so weird. It looks like cardboard. You have these huge strands that just, you know, stick together, like glued together, and look like cardboard. So hair is probably like one of the biggest deficits right now that still need to be ironed out until we have like photorealistic characters in games. But environment, I think we'll get there in like the next few years, maybe even next year, with the new generation maybe establishing a little bit better, and more games coming out only for the new consoles, which I think will not be the case for Xbox, but maybe for PlayStation. But because I think Xbox can have this plan of, no, it was only for Xbox internal games, right? So stuff like Halo and game studios that are like bought up or owned by Microsoft need to make their games accessible for the previous Xbox as well, the Xbox One. But if it's not owned by Microsoft, these games can actually be fully next gen. So I think once we see the new generation of games, of environments, I think we'll see some really cool stuff. Mostly environments probably, and lighting. Lighting changes a lot in an image. You can have the greatest models, the greatest whatever, greatest textures. If you don't light your image the right way, it'll just look weird. And with this new system of lighting, with these light bounces basically in real time, it looks really good. So now we just have to wait for games to come out. I mean, if you kind of think about it, I don't know if like Unreal Engine really just open up to the public, like only to the public, or if developers were already able to work in Unreal Engine 5, or if that is just now released, so now everybody can get their hands on. I wonder if that's how that works, because if only now everybody can work with it, that would mean that, you know, probably like in 5 years or so, we would find, or we would get the first real photorealistic environment in games, which of course will, you know, it's a little bit of time, but you know, it's actually pretty crazy. We get like a new, I don't know, Assassin's Creed or whatever every year, or maybe every second year, but creating one of those games actually takes like 8 years or so. That's why you have like three studios rotating every time. Actually pretty crazy if you think about it. Imagine working on a project for 8 years and then it coming out and it's just trash. Everybody hates your game. I mean, you're probably not the one that is responsible for it, but still. You know, if you want to put it on your resume, you would probably prefer to have a good game on your resume rather than, I don't know, Diablo Immortal. It'll probably doesn't really, like, contractors probably don't really care about that. What the, like, public thinks about a game, whether it was like a flop or whatever, hype killer. But still, you know, you personally would probably rather have like a game like, I don't know, GTA 5 on your resume rather than, I don't know, Fallout 76. At the end of the day, it probably doesn't really matter what you worked on, but rather what you work or what your, you know, output was in that project. So if you, I don't know, if you've only created side characters or maybe even NPCs in GTA, you're probably less likely to be picked as the main character, you know, modeler, character creator or whatever, for a new game compared to the guy that made the main character in Diablo Immortal. But who am I to say that? I don't know. I'm just speculating. I think this finger's too long. I'm gonna pull it back. There you go. Perfect. Now we need a fingernail. I think this finger is actually too slim. I'm gonna make it a little bit wider. There you go. I think that's okay. Let's make a new fingernail bed. There you go. Okay, let's invert it. Oh, should still work. Hopefully. Yeah. There you go. That's the fingernail. Of course, the resolution is very, very low, so we still have to adjust it later. That's a good start. There you go. Look at those fingers. Okay, let's do the last two, and then we can give them some more love by giving them more resolution. This one looks actually pretty good already. So this one basically only needs the nail. Oh. There you go. Oh, that's quite long. Hold on. That's a crooked fingernail. But I think that's okay. Yeah, this works. Okay, let's do the thumb now. The thumb is a little bit different, I think. I mean, essentially it's the same, but of course it has a different rotation. And it only has 2 joints rather than 3. The top looks like a trapezius again, although the top is a little bit actually pointier than the other fingers. Of course, the thumb is also meatier, so it has a little bit more, you know, meat at the bottom. Adding some more volume over there. A nice wagon to the back. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so let's do the thumb ending. It could probably be a little bit, you know, rounder over here. There you go. Maybe a little bit flatter. And then we select it and make thumbnail. I wonder why why these images on YouTube are called thumbnail. Hold on, let me translate that. Maybe there's like a second meaning behind it. So what is it? Thumbnail? Ah, I didn't even know that. So it's not only like the literal thumbnail, but it's also like a miniature view of something. That's interesting. I didn't even know that. Interesting. Now that all makes sense. Now my world makes a whole lot more sense now. I am enlightened. I've gained some more insight. There you go. Looking pretty good for the beginning. Okay, those are some fingers, if I say so myself. Let me quickly pose myself so I can actually see if I miss something, maybe some sort of volume that I'm missing. So how does it work like this? Okay. Oh, I actually do. Right here we have this fold coming all the way up there. So this one is actually a little bit fuller, like that. We have this fold in the center right there. Then we have some more mass over here. That's definitely better. Then they merge together. Oh. There you go. This cut goes all, or this fold, this wrinkle goes all the way down there. Okay. This one goes all the way down. It still looks weird. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's just too flat. I don't know. There you go. Perfect. Pulling this out definitely helps. Yeah. You're also pulling this up a little bit more. Like that. Okay. This thumb looks kind of like tacked on and really connected to the base here, to the hand. Let's fix that. And then I'm probably going to go over to the other hand and finish the other one. This is probably the most annoying part about the whole thing. Finishing the hands. But it has to be done. Next part will probably be clothing. And then overall just detailing. Once we have everything else in place. There you go. Welcome back, Saturn. How to make a loop cut straight? I mean, depends on how your loop cut is set up. If you have just like a cylinder that is perfectly straight, you can, for example, you know, if you have like a few over here or over there, you can select the whole loop cut and then say we can select like the height or where it's supposed to align to. This vertex right now is highlighted, which means you can go to the setting right there. I don't really know what it's called. Pivot. Oh, pivot point. Which part should be the pivot point? You can set it to active element, which will now use this vertex as the pivot point. If you then scale on the z-axis by 0, everything will be back in the middle. But if you have something like this, that'll be a little bit harder. If you're lucky, I don't even know if that works in here. You can select the whole thing and then scale on the z-axis, the local z-axis by scaling and then z and z, then hitting 0. We can do the same. But if we apply the rotation, now there is no local z-axis anymore. See, if I hit z twice, nothing happens. We only get the global axis. Now it's a little bit harder. I mean, the best way that I know how to do it, or how I did it before, you know, would just be to move them across these edges with double G, hitting G once and then G twice, moves them only on this, along this edge. This way you can kind of, you know, guess, use some guesswork to bring them back into line. Other than that, I don't really know if you can align them on any axis, basically. I don't really know. I think those are the two ways how I would do it. There's probably another way to do it, but I'm not aware of it. There you go. Okay. I think I want to put some more effort or some more geometry in here. Make these fingers a little bit more, you know, a little bit more defined. We don't really need that much, so it shouldn't take too long. We can go into the, we can go back in here. We probably also have to adjust the arm a little bit, although, yeah, maybe. Let's do the hand first, though. I want to give some more, you know, some more resolution to the fingernails. Let's set it to 100, and then, yeah, do that. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna just do the same for the whole finger. Just to, you know, make it more universally straight or like smooth. Nice. Glad that it worked. Yeah, I wonder if there's... Hold on, let me see if that actually... If there's another technique to do it. Blender. Align. Loop. Cut. Slanted loop cuts. What? Oh, no, what? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's more, if there are different... Is there a way to put a loop cut a given distance from an edge? Oh, let's see. Let's say I have a plane one by one. Now I want to place a loop cut 0.15 units from the edge. Is there a way to, aside from calculating the distance from the center and the numeric input? I tried to put a fake vertex and snapping to it, which doesn't seem to work. If all the edges align in the same direction, you can use a move on that axis to get a precise distance. If edge you're moving along is not on X, Y, or Z, you'll have to define a custom transform using that edge first. That way you can just loop cut, slide all the way to the end of you want it offset from, making sure auto merges off. Then move exact distance back over using the directional constraint while it's still selected after the placement operation. It's a bit of extra work. So if you want to move your object, if you want to change the anchor point of an object, there are different ways you can do it. Either, okay, let's use the same object. Let's use the cylinder. So of course, this orange dot in the center is your basic pivot point. So that is where you rotate everything around. But if you want to move it, there are different ways to do it. A kind of, you know, easy way to do it, a very, I guess, rough way would be to switch this to 3D cursor. And then pressing shift and then right click places the 3D cursor where your mouse is on the surface of the object where your mouse is hovering over. Now if we use the pivot point 3D cursor option, we can rotate around the 3D cursor, kind of ignoring the original pivot point. What we can also do is we can move the pivot point somewhere else. That means if we go back to median point, we can go in here. We can select either one or multiple vertices. Let's select just this one. We can then press Shift S, cursor to selected, which basically moves this cursor right on this vertice. Now we can go into Object, Set Origin, or Pivot Point, set Pivot Point, Origin to 3D Cursor. And now the origin or pivot point is exactly on this vertice. Now you can rotate around this vertice. This way you can, for example, I don't know, put your pivot point in the center of this, like at the top of this, the cylinder by either doing it roughly, just right clicking on top of it and then switching it to 3D cursor. Or what you can also do is you can go in here, select the whole face, Shift S, cursor to selected. So it's right in the exact center where it needs to be. Object set origin to 3D cursor, and there you go. Now it is in the center. Yeah, that's how I do it. Maybe there's another way to do it, but I'm not aware of it. Okay. So these ones are a little bit too sharp in my opinion, so let's pull them out a little bit. What do you mean with that long? The fingernails? Oh. Okay. Let's smooth this a little bit more. Okay. Oh, front faces only. I need that. There you go. Yeah. The long step is more used for precise, you know, rotations from a different position. The other one is just for, I guess, you know, just more rough movements. It is also needed for stuff like animations, because for animations, I think you can only use the pivot point. So when you animate, of course, you only use these transform values. So every time you animate something, you need these values to, or you change these values, you keyframe these values to move the object. The rotation in here always uses the pivot point as the anchor point. That's why if you want to rotate around a different position on the object, you would have to, you know, set the pivot point to the point where it's supposed to rotate around. I wish there was like a quicker function to switch the pivot point, but unfortunately, there's not. Wait, what are the other functions? Hold on. What are the other ways? So you have set origin to 3D cursor, origin to geometry. What is that? Does that mean if I move it over here, object set origin to geometry? Ah, it brings it back to its original point. That's interesting. Or geometry to origin. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. So if I move that over there, I can move the geometry back to its origin. That's pretty cool. What else do we have there? Origin to 3D cursor, okay. Origin to center of mass. What does that mean? Okay. Okay, that's probably for very specific cases, which I am not aware of. So I'm not concerned to, you know, think about it. Okay. Yeah, that's enough geometry. We don't need to bring in more. I think that's enough. Just to, you know, detail the fingernails a little bit more. We set it to smooth. Yeah, I think that's enough. If we bring in some color, maybe even. Yeah, it should be good. Should be good enough. Okay. There you go. Nice and clean fingernails. Of course, fingernails aren't flat. They actually are round. They also aren't this sharp. They right now look more like some sort of, I don't know, knife or shard, glass shard, rather than a nice looking fingernail. But with a few adjustments, we get there anyway. Perfect. Okay. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, let's do the other three. Then we're done with this hand. There you go. Smoothing it. Let's make this, pull this higher, otherwise it looks weird. Okay. Maybe we'll do a motion design project next week. Although I think next week I want to focus more on the animation. Maybe we can, you know, instead of working on another quick project, we can work on the animation to finish that. Just because I want to get back to some color in my quick sketches. And I will not do that before the animation isn't done. So we have to do that first. But I think if we spend the next week on it, we should be able to finish it. Hopefully. I mean, animations can get quite, I guess, you know, can take a while to really, I guess, perfect. But of course, we're not trying to perfect it necessarily. It's still supposed to be a sort of, you know, short project, a midterm project, rather than like a full-on long-term project over hundreds and hundreds of hours, or like tens and tens of hours rather. So yeah, that's definitely a project that I want to finish at some point soon, probably. So I think next week was probably the best way, or the best time to do it. I mean, the only real thing we have to do is basically really, I guess, detail. The basic animation shouldn't take that long, because it's just, I guess, 3 keyframes that we can copy over and over and over again and then make a few variations of it. Other than that, what else is there? I think everything else is pretty simple. Of course, yeah, we can go like into so much detail with the animation itself. Like body movement and to perfect. But as I said before, it's supposed to be a quick project, not a perfect project. I would rather finish 3 or 4 quick projects rather than one long project. Well, that's just me. I don't know. I like more. I like switching it up quite often, more than working on a single project for a very, very, very long time. It gets kind of draining at some point. I got to that point at some point, or like multiple times actually, in the MSA Creator Award as well. Wait, when is that? Isn't that in 14 days is the announcement? So in 2 weeks. Ooh, exciting. I saw some really cool animations on YouTube. Some really cool animations. They look really, really cool. Better than everything else that we've seen on in the submission section. So they, at least from what I've seen, have a good shot of winning. 2 of them actually. The ones we saw, you know, I think I said that in the stream as well when we looked through the submissions. It's kind of like going through all these submissions because there are so many, and so many are just, I don't know, I don't want to say trash, but like, I guess low quality, low effort, I would say. They are, it's basically like trying to find a good animation. It's basically like finding a needle in a hay bale. It just takes ages. But yeah, they look quite good. I also want to make like a quick animation just showing off the model. Garbage. Trash. Straight up horrible. Donkey dookie. Yeah, it's, you know, but that's also not too bad, because then there are only a few submissions that the, you know, the what is it, the judges really have to judge on. If there are like 40,000 submissions and I don't know, 30,000 are straight up garbage, then you know, it's way easier to sift through all of them. And it's also not really that hard to detect the low effort stuff, because they're so obvious. And also, I wonder how rigid they're gonna take the theme. if they, you know, we were kind of speculating like, oh, you know, aesthetics, the keyword aesthetics is basically in the image because the image is aesthetically pleasing or whatever. I wonder if they will grant that, or if they would just say, well, you're supposed to, you know, show aesthetic. You know, you're kind of supposed to show it, not really like just make it aesthetically pleasing or whatever. So yeah, I wonder how they will take that into consideration. It's probably going to be like none of the none of the submissions that we saw were probably close to winning, if I would guess. But I mean, I'm not a judge, so you know, just from the experience that I've got looking through them. But you never know. You mean the graphics card that looked like a vase? What do they call these vases? These blue, yellow, or no, not blue, yellow, blue, white vases? The graphics card, I guess, you mean? It looked pretty cool. And it actually fit theme, so that's probably a better fit than most of the other ones that we saw. What is that? Oh. What is that? But that... Oh, okay. Why? What does that have to do with waifu? I'm not even gonna ask. So I guess it's just like the... I guess like a designer GPU case. Which is kind of, you know, redundant. At least if you don't have like a open front or glass front PC case, you're not gonna see it. What I actually saw, which looked pretty cool, was this weird display on your, I think, processor. Probably not on it, but like this display that would just, you know, play a small little animation the whole time. Looked pretty cool. Also this case glass that could use some sort of mirroring trick to turn either into glass or into some sort of display where you can like see, like play some sort of video on it, which looked pretty cool as well. Probably super expensive, but still look cool. But I mean, at least for me right now, I wouldn't really need a PC that looks cool just because I can't see it anyway. I like customizing stuff and making it look cool, but if I can't see it, then why would I? Okay. I think that's okay. I think that's enough geometry for this part. Actually, this is very, very rough. I'm gonna bring in some more over here. There you go. You know, just to make this a little bit more smooth, a little bit smoother. Or to keep the structure a little bit more. If you set it too smooth shading, it actually gets very, very smooth the less geometry you have. So the more you have, the more it retains its structure even when you smooth it out. What is that? Oh no. Oh no, what is that? Wow. Why are there GPU fans on top? Or like, why are they shaped like GPU fans? It looks like a... I don't even know. like a... like a step stool? Rather than some sort of like a children's step stool. Rather than like a PC case. So the waifu PC case. Hold on, now I have to Google that. Hold on. Waifu PC case. No. Oh, hold on. No, I mean, well, it's just a pink PC case with some sort of anime attached or like, you know, printed on it, which isn't really fulfilling. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I've seen enough. Okay, there you go. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Actually not, but you know, I'll take whatever I can. There you go. Okay. I think that's good enough for this side. Although this looks kind of offset here. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think the arm kind of needs some more work, or does it really? Maybe over there. Hold on. So if you have your hand like this, no, we need this one. I can't really see it. I can't move my hand all the way over here. My arm. Kind of hard to imagine. I haven't really studied the arm that much. But if I would think about it, hold on. Yeah, we should. Yeah, let's adjust it a little bit. So we have the bottom part right there. Oh, hello. I think this needs to be way thinner. Like that, all the way down. Perfect. I think that's way better now. This looks kind of weird. Maybe we can put in an actual, like, cut, or not cut, but a real I don't know. Make it just sharper. I think, yeah, I guess that works. But the bottom right there looks kind of weird, so I'm gonna adjust that as well. I think this side it looks okay, but this one doesn't. Wait, hold on. So if you move your hand like that, what would it look like? Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. I get it, okay? I get it. So much lag. How can you work with this? Unbelievable. Okay. So you have this muscle going from the forearm to the what is it? The to the upper arm, which of course has to follow like the arm rotation, which means it makes this curve going back to the biceps part, coming from the forearm, which leads to this curve right there, which also means that this cat right there, you know, has this sudden ending to it. You have this bump at the bottom right there, like that. Of course, it's not too apparent in females necessarily, but I think that's enough. We have to bring in the cut a little bit more right there. Yeah, that's definitely better than before. Okay, I think that's okay. That's enough. Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'll leave it there. Save it. There you go. Okay. So that's the first arm. Let's do the other side. Now that this one's done, we can see it. Look at that. Let's set it to smooth. Yeah, I mean, if you don't go too close, I think that's okay. Maybe the thumbnail goes instead of like goes in her head. So that's okay. There you go, that's better. Okay. Let's do the other side. Let's do the same ordeal again. Okay. The faster we are, the faster we're done. So how do we do it? Oh yeah, we have to add, wait. Oh yeah, I know what I did. So I have to join all these pieces once I've duplicated them. No, I have to just join them, right? Yeah, join them. Oh, this will be even harder to really... Oh no. Okay, let me do a few adjustments here. They're too close together to use retopology, or not retopology, but rather remeshing. They're way too close together to not connect, which is the biggest problem here. So I'm gonna make them actually, you know, separate them a little bit more so that it works easier. That's the biggest problem with this, I guess, hand position. It is very, very close together, which makes it hard to really, you know, remove these fingers from each other. Yeah, maybe we can put some food in there as well. Maybe we can do some magic tricks with some textures as well. We'll see what we can find. You know, I was kind of thinking just leaving it out, not putting anything in the bowl, and then making it like exactly how the sculpt displays the bowl, kind of cutting it off in the front, and then just having these few noodles on the top. But that might also just look weird in the 3D view. We'll see. You know, I think I'm gonna treat this hand similar to these two fingers. I'm just gonna leave them together and then, you know, keep them in one unit. Like sculpt them in one unit, that might be easier. It'll probably not be as accurate, but I think we can still get a decent result. Oh, hold on, before I do that, I'm gonna save. Join. And then remesh. What about using smooth first? Maybe to 5. Like that. So now they are actually, you know, a little bit smaller. This thumb is still like super, I mean, this finger is still super huge. But, you know, welcome. Shad Horlet. Hope you had a great day so far. Do you mean the whole thing or what I'm working on right now? You know, the whole thing, just, I guess, doing more and more of these. And at some point you can just do it. Let's use the remesh. There you go. Wait, what do you mean with it crashes? Maybe you didn't have sufficient, I don't know, specs or something? I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. Mine never really had any problems. When I use OBS, my OBS is always at like 3% CPU usage or whatever. Maybe what you could try is, I don't know if you've already done it. Yeah, we could probably use an image like this. The problem is, of course, the image is kind of copyright, like it has copyright on it. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we can kind of, I don't know, sneak around it somehow. But yeah, for me, it's what happens is it like, yeah, mine is on, what is it? It's right now, OBS is on 3.7. Wait, can I see Blender as well? I can, right? Details. CPU. Where's Blender? There it is. Blender is at 0? Oh no. RAM 808K. What is OBS? There it is. 2 million. Okay. Well, that's probably not a good you know, estimate or like a good value to check. So my CPU is constantly at roughly probably like between 8 and 12% usage. My RAM roughly is at 38% usage, and then all the others are usually at 1, 0, and then my GPU is at 32 right now. I guess maybe it's the specs, or maybe there are different settings that you could do to make it easier on your PC or on OBS or in Blender. I don't know. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. Okay, I think 0.1 looks good. We don't really need to remove this connection. I think if we want to, we can still do it, but it might not be possible. Might not be possible. Might not be necessary. Yeah, I never had really problems with Blender using or streaming it. It was actually pretty smooth, except for when when Blender, I don't know, like when I render something and it's like super heavy on the GPU, then sometimes everything crashes or I get like huge drop frame spikes. But usually it's pretty smooth. I don't think I'm gonna retopologize this. I'm just gonna, you know, use either, if I put in some color, I'm gonna use vertex color or vertex paint. Or I'm just gonna not use any color, just some lighting to light the whole thing, and then I'm done. This is just supposed to be a quick project, so it's not really, you know, supposed to take tens and whatever amounts of hours. Supposed to be quite quick. We always disconnect the pieces. Wait, no. So I guess we have to use voxels. That should still work. Okay, let's go into sculpting. Wait, we need dynamic topology. You know, I think I'm just gonna work with 50 on this one. I don't think I need to start with 20. I think 50 works quite well. Okay, this finger looks quite long. let's bring it. Oh, actually, no, we have to move the joints a little bit. This one is way too short. Let's do that. Moving it all the way down. Over here. Okay. And then moving this forward. Yeah. That's better. The shape also looks kind of weird. We have to do some major adjustments before we can go into detail, of course. There you go. Do you have a... What is it? When you want to display what you press on your keyboard, do you want to implement that as well? I heard if you do that, it takes a lot of, I think, CPU. I don't know why, but that's just, I guess, how it is. Wait, what is this? So if you use something like an overlay that shows which buttons you press, that might be a good thing to test out whether or not it's like the problem. Transitions, I mean, when you switch to a different scene, like, I don't know, this one. That works quite well for me. There's no problem. So does your Blender crash or does OBS crash? So we can weed out one of the programs. Oh, hold on. What does it calculate? No. Recalculate outside. Okay, hopefully that works. OBS forces Blender to crash, okay. When you open up OBS or when you try to capture OBS? Or when does it do that? Oh, okay. Wait, what? What? Okay. So I use, what do I use? Hold on. I use window capture, I think. Is it window capture? It looks like it's window capture. I think so. Hold on. Let me add a new one. So you have display capture. That's not the one that I use. I use window capture. Yeah, I use window capture. And then I say window blender exe capture method automatic. And then window match priority match title. Otherwise find windows of same type. Do you have it on capture method automatic? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, if you do display capture, then that's probably not a... If you do display capture, it would just like capture the whole screen. So maybe there's a different setting you can set in OBS. So it's probably not like a problem with Blender, but rather with OBS. Because if you do display capture, you get this weird... You get a black screen. Oh, hold on. What did I do? Okay. What is going on? Why is it going out? I am quite confused. No, that's just me doing it. Thanks for following. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream while you're here. That's just me doing a quick project. We began the stream showing off, or me explaining like a quick motion design transition. A shatter transition. Hold on, I can show you what I mean. Oh. Where's the video? There it is. Oh, it's already open. Perfect. Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch to display view or display capture. Hold on, I have to pause it. There you go. So this one's like a compilation that I do for my for like individual months of you know, project that I do in Blender on stream. I kind of make like a quick compilation to put them together to show them off, I guess. This one's one of them. This one. And I have tried to combine, or I've made these likeness sculpts, and I wanted to, you know, transition between them in this, you know, this showcase. So I have the first one, and then it transitions with this shatter. Once this is done, the shatter transition. That's basically what we've, or what I've explained today, how that works. There you can see another one. Then goes to the next one, and that's basically how I transition between these rather complex models in a pretty simple fashion, actually. It looks pretty cool in my opinion, and it's pretty easy to set up. I think the overall explanation took, I think, 45 minutes roughly. And if you would do that, like, if I would do the same transition again, it would probably take me like 20 minutes. So it's actually pretty simple and pretty effective, because you don't have to, you know, the technique is not to merge two objects, like grab the vertices of one and then merge them, move them into the shape of the new one. You basically just exchange the two, which is actually pretty easy to do. And then you have these, yeah, this pretty simple transition. Okay, let's bring back the music. There you go. For the animation, I just used, wait. For the animation, I just used an empty, and then the high quality model, and then a low quality model that I, you know, shattered into multiple pieces. That's it. That's all that I needed. You could probably do something similar with geometry nodes, but I have never really played around with them that much, so I don't really know that much about them. Especially back then. Okay, so wait. Oh, okay, wait, what? That doesn't make sense. What are you doing? Why is this brush... what did I do last time to fix this brush? I did something, but I can't remember what. Well, who cares? Wait, is that the same for this one? Oh no. What did I do to fix it? Can't remember. Didn't I apply the scale? Was that the problem? Hold on. Location looks good. Rotation. Ah, who cares? Let's go back to sculpting. Hopefully that... Oh, that might be the problem. Hold on. Flip normals. There you go. Nope, that's not the one I need. Wait. Oh, there you go. Flip the normals. There you go. Now it should work. Hopefully. Let's see. Yep, easy. We fixed that. I mean, I'm definitely, in terms of nodes, not on the level of Simon Thomas in terms of nodes. So if you want to see a tutorial by me about, you know, node setups or materials, it's definitely not going to be on the same level. I actually plan on doing a shorter, you know, like I plan on making a quick topic tomorrow about materials that you can create within seconds. Which actually looks pretty good. Which actually look pretty good. So what I'm going to cover tomorrow is a skin shader, a metallic shader, what else? A concrete shader, and a few more. And all of them you can create in, you know, seconds. I've already made one of them and put a video out on YouTube. Yeah. I'm not that interested in nodes necessarily. I like working with shaders, but like making them 100% procedural it seems like there's a lot of math involved, or at least like you have to learn a little bit of math, and I'm not really like a big math fan, so I didn't really dive into that too much just yet. I'm more focused about the looks rather than, these super complex shaders. I usually just, combine textures in a way that makes them, like, I try to use textures procedurally. That's how I created my marble texture actually for my most recent, I guess, I call it benchmark project, the project that I try to make as good as possible in the time that I have. I made a marble shader for it, including stuff like scratch marks that like brighten up the marble surface a little bit, of course bump maps and all that. And I've used a few different textures and tried to make them kind of procedural, or at least appear random. And I think in my opinion it works pretty well. So I'm more somebody that likes to, I guess, tinker with textures rather than trying to make everything only use, I don't know, the procedural textures that we have in terms of like as nodes. Nodes, or like overall, like the node system is definitely something I would probably want to learn more about. But I don't know. I would rather focus on other stuff like this. Products, or you mean like, I don't know, like a wine, for example, like doing product renders, you mean? Which is like, I think that's pretty cool. Like the I don't know, I've seen one where they make like a shot of headphones, or what I found pretty cool was like these soda cans, and then they used a water simulation to create like a splash behind them, which would also look pretty cool. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that at some point as well. Just trying to, delve into that topic a little bit more, learn a little bit more about that. That is probably a little bit more, I guess, hard surface modeling when it comes to very complex models. But if you do stuff like, I don't know, makeup or whatever, they're usually in these very tub-like, what are they called? I don't know, these tubs, which is quite easy to model, of course. Just use a cylinder. But if you make like headphones, for example, that's probably a little bit more complex, involves a little bit more hard surface sculpting. Not hard surface sculpting, hard surface modeling. Maybe we'll look into that at some point. Oh, so they designed a spoon and they wanted to see if the spoon looks good with the cup of noodle. So there's one project that I've worked on commercially, I guess, for a client where I needed to use 3D. It was probably the most painful project that I've ever worked on. But it was actually, it was cool to be able to use 3D. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you mean stuff like similar to when you create these architectural renders that you can see on, not billboards, but these boards in front of like a construction site, showing what it's supposed to look like in the end. In like the real life, I guess. So you would make like a whole scene with a cup of noodles, and then you put the spoon in there to kind of show what it would look like in concept. Yeah, exactly. One of the few projects that I've done commercially was I had to replace the ground after the shooting was done. Like we had an advertisement shooting for billboards and all that stuff, and the ground was bad, or the ground was like looked horrific or horrible. So we had to replace the ground. But of course it was a shooting with cars. So we not only had to, or I had to replace the ground, which included, first of all, of course, placing the camera in a way that, you know, includes the perspective. I also had to use like a mannequin or like a rigged model to have the shadows on the ground as well. And then the cars were there as well. So another person had to replace the reflection in the car. And then there were also GIFs that had to be made, or like videos. So, which was also my job. So I had to remove, it was only one of them, but still I had to remove the reflection of the ground in the car in that video. And in that video I actually learned about Luma masks, using like black and white values to use those as masks. Yeah, that was quite painful. But it was pretty, you know, another project that I was able to use 3D in, which was quite, you know, at least something. I guess the biggest problem is just that the agency I work with or work in is not really, doesn't really know that much about 3D, so I'm the only person that really knows about it, so I can't really, we don't really, you know, we don't really offer 3D work necessarily, because nobody really knows what we can do with it. And you know, maybe they don't even, you know, consider it because they never have offered it, so they, you know, they probably never will. I just try to sneak it in from time to time, usually in the personal or like internal projects. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we do animations, so I guess animations will never grow, or like movie stuff, video stuff. But yeah, there's probably going to be more and more 3D stuff, especially with AR, VR, that will get more and more consumer friendly, or even like advertisement friendly. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point they will get in, like, go in that direction. I don't think I will like still be there when that happens, but you know, I wish them best of luck, I guess. Yeah, but it was a good learning experience, at least. Even if it was painful. Wait, what is this? That looks weird. Hold on. Okay. That looks kind of painful. Hold on, let me pull this back. Okay. What is GAN? Hold on. I have to Google that. GAN. Oh. Okay, hold on. Generative adversarial network? Is that what you mean? What are GANs used for? Oh, GANs can be used to automatically generate 3D models required in video games, animated movies, or cartoons. The network can create new 3D models based on the existing dataset of 2D images provided. The neural network can analyze the 2D photos to recreate the 3D models of the same in a short period of time. Is that where you can give them just like a, you know, as they say, like an image, and then they create a 3D model out of it to kind of, because they can estimate what the shapes look like, and then, you know, I've seen a video about that where they create humans out of just images. Look pretty good for, I guess, very basic work. I think the closer you get to the model, the less useful it'll be, because, you know, there's no fidelity, I think. Like there's no like real detail in it. So I think there's never going to be like a fully automatic process of creating, I don't know, characters or whatever. But it's probably going to be like there are probably going to be more tools that will automate a lot of those processes. Like, for example, the human, I think MetaHuman, the program that lets you create humans in basically some sort of character creation screen, basically, and then gives them to you as fully, I think, even rigged and retopologized characters, which is pretty crazy. And of course, it's way faster than just you starting off with nothing. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that before, except for like the process of scanning just like a plain image and creating, like, getting a 3D scan of it. Sounds pretty interesting. Oh, really? I guess it just, yeah, it gets developed more and more and more, and at some point it is actually viable. This thumb looks horrible. Hold on. This looks... Oh no. Hold on, I have to separate this. I can't work in here. Oh, you mean word... Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. I think I saw a short snippet in a video, or like a YouTube video about it, where you can see the webcam basically analyzing your body to, you know, be able to put all these 3D objects around your head, for example, which then move with your head. Yeah. For all these filters, like the dog mouth or the dog tongue has to come out somewhere. It can't just, like, you know, be a 2D image. It has to be a 3D image that follows your face, not only vertically or horizontally, but also in 3D space. So they kind of have to analyze your shape. Your shapes. Okay. This looks weird. I think the thumb is too far forward. That's kind of bad. Hold on. I can probably fix that pretty quick. Oh. There you go. A bridge. Oh, you mean like an actual literal blur bridge? Okay. Yeah, I never really heard of it before, except for some videos that kind of, you know, mentioned it in, what is it, in passing. Oh, cool. Oh no. I should probably save before doing this stuff. Who cares? Hold on, okay. That should be better. Yeah, the thumb is weird. I know. Yeah, I just saved. Okay, let's see. So if I move my hand, so the thumb, the rotation is okay, I think. It's roughly 30, like 90-degree rotation. That's okay, but you know, it's still a sausage. That's what I have to change right now. First of all, okay. So we have the first joint right here. That is the hand joint. Yeah, the thickness is also, it's also too thick. Right now I'm just trying to establish the structure a little bit better. Oh. Okay, dynamic topology is on. So that's the first joint. We then have the second one right there. Let's establish this structure a little bit better. So this one's way too thick. It needs less thickness. There you go. Slimming it should work quite well in making this, I guess, look more like a thumb. Okay, this immediately looks better, but doesn't look perfect just yet. Then we have the the second joint right here. Oh, okay. Roughly over here. Maybe that's even too far forward. We'll see. We then also have this small little, you know, this small little fold or indent here. Okay, then this one has to be further back. There you go. Okay, that definitely looks better, but this part looks weird. The connection to the actual hand. That's definitely better, but not good. Let's see. So we have this side. Hands are so weird. Okay. Do you mean me? I mean, I appreciate the compliment. I only do stream art right now. I've streamed once, like I streamed games once. Usually I just stream art from Monday through Thursday, so 4 days a week. And then the rest of the week I spent on editing videos. Or I use my stream to create content, and this content I then make bite-sized content out of, or videos out of, so I can upload those to my YouTube channel. That's the structure that I have right now. So 3 days are streaming, and then one day is just chilling, Friday is just the chill day, and then Saturday, Sunday are the editing days. And that is my life right now. I couldn't imagine a better life. Okay, so you actually have, oh, I know what I forgot. So you have this middle, oh, what is that? Nice voxels flying in the air, okay. So you have this fat pad actually that is right here. That connects to the bottom right there, which also has to be fit in here. So you have to have one more, you know, smaller sort of skin or muscle or whatever pad right here, which kind of gives it some more structure. Right there. Oh man. It's a little bit laggy, that's kind of annoying, but that's okay. There you go. Yeah, it looks too disconnected right now, so I have to kind of fix that first. The thumb is always my biggest problem with these hands. You don't want to see the last ones that I did. You know, last year I actually sculpted really good looking hands. Let me just pull them up real quick. I think that those are probably like the best hands that I ever sculpted. Since then, all the other ones were just trash. Hold on, let me pull them up real quick. I mean, everybody has feedback. You decide whether or not, or you know, everybody can give you feedback. You can kind of decide whether or not you want to act on it or not. So you can always tell me if there's something wrong. Usually if there's somebody like looking at your image, and if it's not like a technical complaint, it's more like, okay, well, it feels weird, that there's probably something actually off. If like new eyes look at the image, for example. So you don't really have to be an expert to give feedback on something. So wait. Yeah, the tendon is kind of, I still need to work on the thumb a little bit more. So where am I? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. There you go. Okay, hold on. I'm going to show you the best hands that I ever sculpted. There it is. The project is actually called Quick Sculpt, but then I spent like, I don't know, like 70 hours just working on this. That was probably the longest project that I ever worked on. And it's called Quicksculpt. Ah, there it is. So, this one. Aha. There. Oh, this is actually quite... Oh, I'm gonna actually open the file. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save it, then open up the new one. Oh, which one is it? This one? Nope, that's the wrong one. There it is. Wait, where is it? Quickscope, hand scene. There you go. Loading, loading, loading. The PC can't handle this amazing hand. Actually, so it was it is so these hands are actually part of a bigger project, like a full body character, but I actually separated the hands and also the head so I can spend some more time on those and I don't have to retopologize everything. That's why I kind of separated these parts, and the hands looked so good that I actually made a phone wallpaper out of them, which is what I'm opening right now. I don't know why it's freezing. I'll just give it a second. The webbing, you mean the hold on. Okay, it doesn't seem to open. What is going on here? Usually when it takes so long, it's like when there's like a super huge project, but the one that is even bigger doesn't take that long to open. Maybe the file just corrupted. Hold on, I'm gonna make it worthy for your eyes. So I'm gonna just delete this one and take the backup file. I can also show you like the finished render, but that's only one perspective, which isn't enough. Okay, you have to see it in its full glory. Please. I can also open the other file, which contains everything, but that is kind of laggy, so I kind of want to avoid that. But apparently, that is what we have to do. So I don't want to wait any longer. Come on. Okay, let's open the other one. Oh, this one. I can open this one. Perfect. Maybe I've just destroyed my Blender and it doesn't open anything now. Hopefully not. But we'll see. Oh. Okay. Please. I just want to open this file. Yeah, I say, oh. Oh, there it is. Easy. Okay, so that's the that's the project from last year. And this is the hand that I was talking about. Hold on, that's not the hand. This one's the hand. Zip. Of course, looks horrible because we have to, you know, go into my hand setting. No, we have to remove the modifier. There you go. Look at that. This one's probably the best looking hand that I ever sculpted. I never came close to it. Probably because I never really spent so much time on it. I also, I think, used my own hand to kind of, you know, model it around my hand. But yeah, this is probably the best looking hand that I ever sculpted. And then I actually made a full, I dedicated a full month. Every day I sculpted a hand and no hand came close to anything like this. Of course, I set a certain time frame for all these hands because I only had like a day, but still, you know. I don't know how I did it. You know, this looks actually pretty cool. And I don't know. I never kept close to it again. I just can't. Maybe that's just sometimes like how it is. You just, as an artist, you just do something so crazy and then you can never do it again. I don't know. Yeah. But that was actually the, hold on, where's the rest? Oh, that's the benchmark project from last year. I think I only have, is there anything in there? Oh, yeah. So that's the benchmark project from last year. Benchmark project, I call it benchmark project because those projects are basically projects that I want to do every year to kind of test my skills and just push the limits as fast as much as possible, I guess. Yeah, I could use this hand. The problem is it's just like a, you know, it has so much geometry that if I would use the sculpt tool, for example, we could try it. Hold on. Oh, where's my sculpting setting? There you go. So if I would use stuff like the pose brush and try to move these hands, I think the pose is very, very different to what I have right here. The biggest difference is probably not really the fingers, but rather the middle part. So this thumb is way more squashed together, like this, which I would have to move all over here. Like I have to move this all more to the inside. Also, these fingers are closer together, which means that this meat, I guess, is more pushed together. You can see it right there. Can you? I think you can. So I think this needs too much work to be able to be used in the new piece. So I don't want to use this one. And then I can show you the new benchmark project, or I can show you, I guess, the render first. Oh, okay, let's go to display capture. So this one's the render for the display, I mean, for the last year's benchmark project, the first one that I did. Here's like different armor pieces. They look better actually in these like specific renders, just because, you know, I made the lighting specifically for this piece. But this was actually the first, I think, the first project where I used custom textures to create bump maps. These spikes actually weren't there. They, I think they're only, yeah, they're displacement maps. Yeah, exactly. If you know, I mean, if you're working in 2D, if you're drawing, you can, you know, put in detail. But then if you have 3D detail, you not only have like, you know, you have another dimension you can work in. So even more detail you can add. And then this is the final version. No, this one's the final version with some post-processing. We can compare it to the new one. So this one's the one from last year. I actually made I made a feedback stream, like a feedback session last Thursday, I think, kind of comparing this one to the new project, which we finished in, I think 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago. And then we started the new one in March. So the 3rd month of this year. MSI Creative Award submission. There you go. It's actually for a submission for a competition. I don't really post-process necessarily. I mean, a little bit, but not that much. I try to only, like, on social media, I only really post my quick sketches that I do every day. So every day I try to make a quick 30-minute project just to, I don't know, get faster at modeling and, I don't know, you know, just challenging myself, I guess. So that's what I post every day. And then also usually finished renders, not really like progress stuff, because usually my projects don't really take that long, except for these, you know, benchmark projects where I take, I don't know, like a 2 months or so to work on them. So this one's the second one. Let's look at the renders. That's the final one. This might be, I don't know if we can look at them, but I think we can. So we have, that's the final version. So we can compare the two. There you go. So this one's that we just finished, and this one's the new one. I mean, the old one. Hard surface character. I mean, we could probably call these arms hard surface character modeling. I'm not really good at it, but if it's organic stuff, I think I can do it. Like for these arms, I think they look okay. When it comes to hard surface modeling, like cars, I haven't really tried that ever. I think I've never modeled hard surface objects like cars. I want to look into that at some point. But right now I'm focusing more on organic objects or characters, because that's more interesting to me or more fun. But for this one, I guess, and for this maybe also I've used some sort of hard surface. Maybe you could consider these armor pieces hard surface. No, I've never done an Android. The only real hard surface modeling that I could do, or hard surface sculpting, would be, you know, I guess organic hard surface stuff, like these armor pieces, these arms rather. They are supposed to look, they're supposed to be mechanical arms. You can see it right there. You know, stuff like that. But other than that, no. I've never done, yeah, cars. I want to look into that some more later. So this one actually, this marble texture was is a mix between procedural textures, very simple procedural textures, and using textures actually. These scratches are actually an asphalt texture. I used like an asphalt texture and then crunched it down to just a few stripes, which I can then use for scratches, which actually look pretty good and actually quite procedural, although they're like just I guess a grid. Yeah, this one's like the project that I try to make look good, as good as possible. Here are a few more details. This one looks pretty cool. I think the laurel wreath in gold. We used a real life leaf texture to put in this structure on there. And then this looks kind of weird. I don't know why, but this looks kind of weird. These objects don't really have any shadows, which makes it look so unrealistic. I wonder why that is. Do you want to, I guess, the leaf? So I actually modeled all these leaves individually. The only thing that I did was basically apply a, I guess, procedural displacement on them. So I created the geometry in a way that the edges of the leaf will be affected by a displacement modifier. So, and then I attached the texture of that displacement modifier to an empty. So then when I move the leaf, the displacement will change the whole time, which means if I change the position of one leaf and duplicate the leaf, it'll always have a different shape on the edges. I put them all in individually just because I thought that would, you know, yield the best results. I tried actually hair particles, but I actually also tried geometry nodes, but I'm not as sufficient in them that I could do stuff like that in them. This probably took, I don't know, 2 hours or so, maybe maximum of 4, which is probably the fastest that I could do this. It wasn't that big of a problem. Didn't take that long compared to the rest. I think the longest that I was working, or like the longest I've been working on something, was probably this piece right there. This what is it? Marble frieze or whatever it's called. These dudes all sitting there, basically, you know, so a marble frieze is basically a sculpt of a 2D image. Yeah, similar to hieroglyphs, but like sculpted in real life in like actual, like, you know, as actual sculpts. So these dudes are actually a bump map that I made out of my human base mesh that I have. So I've made an image. Hold on, the texture is, that's another render shot of it. But if I go to my projects, textures, is it in here? No. Where's my marble frieze? Hold on. Material? No. Oh, yeah, this all my references. Oh, there's the beginning of it. So you can see right there, I've used my human base mesh. I have a, I guess, I made my own human rigged character. And then I used these rows, filled these rows with these characters. so that I have my own hieroglyphs, and I turned them into a bump map using a gradient texture that I applied to the geometry. So they were basically right onto a, like, right in front of a wall. So I set the gradient texture up in a way that the wall would be black, so the deepest part, and then it would go up on the, I think, y-axis. The gradient would get wider and wider and wider, so that the furthest point away from the wall would be white, and so I can create this pretty simple bump map. Exactly. Hold on. Yeah. That's actually twice in there. You can actually see it in the render as well, I think. Hold on. Where's my image? There it is. There it is. You can see them worshipping her. Yeah. That's how I did this. Took quite a while, especially because the base mesh has so many vertices that at the end I had like 90 dudes or so rigged, and all of them had like I don't really know, like 500k or maybe 250k vertices, which of course adds up. And at the end I had like 11 million, which I then reduced to roughly like 1 million or 2 million. Once I was done, my PC was actually kind of struggling with all this. Yeah, but at the end it was worth it. You can see my logo in there, and then the MSI Creator Award, or the MSI logo as well, and then this small little smiley face as an Easter egg. And then you have the mechanical hand as well. I put some bones in there, some gold bones, and then the plating on top, and some mechanical muscles as well. And then you have the inner workings of the arm. Oh, that's also another material that I want to talk about on tomorrow. This this fiber material. It's actually very, very simple to set up. Can you see it in here? No, not really. Oh, you can. Hold on. Do you see it? Like this grid mesh? These mechanical muscles, as I call them. That's what yeah, it's very, very easy to set up. Basically just like 5 nodes or so. Yeah, I mean, if you want to see that later, you can probably gonna make a short video out of that as well. Put it on my YouTube, not my live stream channel, but my video channel, just called Noggy. There's already like a quick material tutorial about, what was it? I can't remember. I can't remember. But yeah, so I'm gonna do a few more of those because they seem to be quite popular. Somebody commented that he was looking for like just a quick explanation for like a quick material, but he couldn't find anything. And I tried to set it up in a way that you could create these materials, or I structured the video in a way that I put the quick explanation in the beginning. So if you know about nodes, you can just, I guess, follow my directions within 30 seconds. So you know within 30 seconds of the video, what do you have to do. But if you want to have more explanations, I elaborate a little bit more on what I actually do and how it works. If you want to, know a little bit more about it. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, this one actually took ages to render. Was it this one or was it the other one? This one took ages to render. I don't even know why. This one probably took 4 hours to render with like 128 samples, 1920 by 1920. This one took like similar time. I don't know why. It's not that crazy. And then there's like this one, which just goes like very, very deep into it, which doesn't take that long. I think this one took like an hour or so. I don't know why it took so long. I guess my 3D specialty, or if I would have to specialize, I would probably say like 3D character artist, specialized on realism. But on stream at least, I try to, I guess, spread out a little bit more, learn more about different topics. So stuff like motion design or geometry nodes or whatever. So I would do projects that kind of, I guess, push my limits so I can learn a little bit more about it. I mean, right now I'm only doing it for like as my hobby. And my plans currently are to keep it a hobby, at least right now. I'm working like in, you know, from 8 to 6, no, from 8 to 4. And then I'm, I guess, pursuing my hobby. What is FWEE? Hold on. FWEEE. Okay, what is that? Urban Dictionary. Hold on. A general sound made when partaking in simpler enjoyments. Okay. Dude, I had so much fun. I was just like, free. Okay, interesting. Ah, okay. Oh, okay, now I get it. Yeah, I mean, you can always give me inspiration, and then if I like your inspiration, your idea, then maybe it's gonna be a quick project. For example, somebody gave me an idea for a quick sketch, which you can actually see on my desktop. Hold on. There you go. Oh. There you go. That's actually a quick sketch. I think that's what I've done on a weekend. So the plant was already like a pre-made object. I had like a base model of a female character, and then I just, you know, the rest I just made. I think this took roughly an hour, and then I just animated some stars and all that in what is it? Wallpaper engine. Yep. Okay. Oh no. Don't tease me. What's up? Oh, we actually talked about Unreal Engine today. So my take, as far as I saw it so far, is that in a few years at least, or maybe in 1 or 2 years, we'll probably have photorealistic environments. The biggest problem are characters. Oh, the biggest problem are characters. So what seems to be lacking is real, like, the environments can look like photorealistic. At least they look very photorealistic in Unreal Engine. Hold on, I'm actually going to pull up the video that I saw. Environments can look like absolutely crazy, but the problem is, there it is. The problem is, see that? Like that is like an actual forest. Like that's just photoscan assets, I think, or like an actual photoscan forest. Look at that. Like that is like photoreal. The problem is, characters still look weird. Especially when you can see their face, or especially their hair. Hair is the worst. If you look at stuff like the new Resident Evil, the new Resident Evil Village, if you look at the hair, oh, there you go. Okay, let's bring it back. Look at that. Especially if he's just standing. Look at that. Look at this tree. Look at this tree. And it's like, it's smooth. It's not even like lagging too much. He even said that it's not fully optimized, so, you know. And then, you know, I mean, this character looks quite good, but still. If you look at the presentation, the character that they use looks very, very comic-like or stylized. But this looks like really crazy. Like, environments will probably look pretty photorealistic in 1 or 2 years. The biggest problem are characters. Like, let's look at the Resident Evil 8 cutscene. Cutscene full movie. Okay, let's look at the characters. No, I want to actually just look at the first part. There, look at this. What is this hair? Like the full character, the character looks great, but look at the hair. You know, they work with hair cards, so they just use texture that they, you know, they apply a hair texture on. and then they shape these planes so that they look like hair. But they, you know, they look like cardboard, like cardboard cutouts. It doesn't look like hair. It's just too solid. There's no detail in them. There's no strands coming off, and you know, yeah. Then I think they kind of use particles, or at least they, not in the sense of how Blender has them, hair particles. They just use actual like geometry for hair. Hold on. Hair cards. There you go. So that's what it looks like. You have these, oh, this one. You have these cards, this geometry, which then will be replaced by a semi-transparent, you know, non-transparent texture, which only has hair on it. So the part where there's hair is of course non-transparent, and the part where there's no hair is transparent. And this way you can get these hair strands. You can see them very blocky over here, and then you can see them like look like actual hair over here. That's how they do it. I mean, games will probably not have like a big problem with that, but I mean, you know, the character looks good. The only problem is the hair. If you would just change the hair, it would just look way better. Especially this strand right there. It just looks like some sort of glued together strand that just I don't know. Hold on, let me see if there's actually already the work on our station. Alright. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the eyes look also looks kind of weird. Hold on. Yeah. What is it? Resident. I don't think we can. Oh, I don't know if I can show that on stream, because sometimes there's like NSFW stuff. But let's try. Resident Evil 8. Well, that's not really Resident Evil 8, is it? Okay, it doesn't seem like there's actual professional work or like the original work on here just yet. Wait. Yeah. But we can probably look for, what is it? Resident Evil 8. So there's an actually good render over here. This one, for example. No, this one's bad. Hold on. This one. See this? You can actually see detail in the hair. It's not just like, of course, there's still big strands, but that's kind of how your hair looks. The difference is, you can see these small, fine strands in there as well, which you don't have over here. You have some you have some fine hairs over there, but it's like way too little, or not really anything. You know, you need you not only need the main structure, but you also need these accompanying smaller hairs that kind of break off and break off the main structure to kind of make it look more like hair, like wild hair. And hair isn't really perfect, except for, I guess, in games where it's just like perfectly glued together like wigs. They look like wigs. If you look at all the game character wigs, they look like they're glued together or like basically sculpted. I can probably not show you any, but yeah, if you want to look that up, you can do that. Yeah, I think hair is the biggest problem right here. The eyes, I think, might be the next part. Overall, maybe the animations. Especially stuff like wrinkles. There are no wrinkles in the map. Like, for example, if somebody's smiling, usually, especially with characters in games, usually if you smile, you can see like the wrinkles forming, which of course, you know, doesn't really work in here. It works in the movies, but it doesn't work in games, probably because the technique is a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, they probably use motion capture for the animations, but it's probably still kind of rough for the facial animations. There's so much fine detail that you can't really capture that well for games, I guess, because you can't really have that many small controls for the face, because that'll just be too much. Let me see if there's like another close-up shot. Oh, there's one. Yeah, exactly. Games need to be more optimized than movies, of course, because games have to be played in real time, which means all the textures, all the geometry, all the you know, everything has to be optimized to be as efficient or as easily loaded as possible or processed. So you would, for example, have way less geometry in game characters, or the rigs that move a character are not as complex. Yeah, the geometry, the polys have to be lower. The textures have to be baked. There's no, you know, you can't display very fine details in the geometry. You have to do it with textures and all that stuff. Of course, it gets more and more detailed the further we get. For example, with Unreal Engine, you have these super crazy detailed models, and the game still runs smoothly, but still, you know. Noogie? Why would you call me Noogie? I've never heard somebody ask me. Nobody asked me that before. Is that another person that you know, or Nogi with like a long O? I mean, I can't really hear you. So Noogie. You know, previously, before I changed my nickname, it was actually the reverse. So the I, like, changed the I with the O. But that was quite close to the N word. So at some point I decided to switch it. Oh, there it is. Let's look at the face again. Come on, show me. See, like, this environment looks like photorealistic because it's photoscanned. Look at this. But, you know, no, with an O at the end. But, you know, if you then have like this female here, hold on. Where are you? This person, there it is. Wait, where's the face? Show me the face. I need the face. Exactly. Actually, some people, when I played games, like, mentioned my name, or like kind of said like, oh, well, that's racist. So at some point I was kind of just annoyed by it, and I switched it. Okay, let's see. That's probably it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this looks okay so far. Maybe the clothing, I don't know. But then, can you see her face as well? No, you can't. Oh, well, okay. See, something's wrong. Yeah, I mean, but it's still like, it has different meanings in different countries. But yeah. So this looks good. I think the biggest problem with games to feel realistic, if you have a third-person game, is probably the movement of a character and also the movement of a camera. I think because you are behind a person, you always follow that person. It'll always feel kind of disconnected from the world. Yeah, I mean, I had to disable all the all the censoring stuff because my name, like my current name, got censored as well, which is kind of weird, but you know. Once somebody tries to break the rules, I'm gonna enforce them a little bit more strictly. I'm gonna, you know, bring some words back. Okay. So the world looks great, but something's wrong about the character. I don't really know why, or I don't really know what. The hair looks good. The textures look good. Maybe it's maybe the character looks too perfect. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Even the robot looks good. So it's not only, you know, it's not only that the environment looks good, but even the robot looks good. Something's wrong about her. What do you mean with fractal? The index of refraction. Oh, there we can. Okay, well, that's kind of weird. What was the index of refraction again? Wasn't that the glass reflection? So how much like if you look through through a glass, the index of refraction kind of changes the environment behind the glass. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's what I actually said just recently. You can get pretty close to almost realism, but if you want to actually hit realism, you have to go so much into detail that it takes ages. And I think with this character, there's just missing detail. There's not like, you know, there are no, I don't know, small threads that hang off. Everything's just perfect about it. There's no very, very fine detail that could make it look more realistic. It's too smooth. It's similar to, I guess, it's a more realistic version of a Fortnite character, I guess. It's not super smooth, I guess, or stylized, but it's kind of stylized in the way that there's just missing detail. See, this looks good. This looks like a movie. Exactly, imperfection is missing. That's the biggest problem. You can even see it in the robot. Look at the head before it lights up. Or there you go. You can see the cracks in the glass. You can see like roughness on the metal. So the robot looks perfect, but there's something off with her. See, you can see the cracks right there. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't want to see your presentation, okay? This one was actually like the most lackluster explanation that I ever seen, I think. Like this very, very small change in the animation. You can't even really see it if you're like a layman. They talk about like adaptive animations, how they change in terms of what they're reacting to. But like this small change, how is somebody supposed to see that? Like he raises his hands like forward just a little bit more. Yeah, the lighting is very good. Oh, hold on, we have a better shot. Come on. Yeah, the hair just looks like it's glued on again. Maybe it's also the lighting on the character. Maybe that's the weird thing. The light is coming from up here, but there's no lighting underneath this bag. There's no lighting underneath this thing. This lighting looks okay. You know? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's the hardest part. This looks good, like in terms of lighting. You can see the light coming from the back. Before that, looks kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then you have this perfect graphics. Okay. There you go. For now. Yeah. Maybe. I think maybe there's also kind of, no, actually no, I don't know. Okay, hold on, I want to compare it to Marvel, the Avengers, and game. Are there some wallpapers? Well, those are worse. No, I don't want to have those. I want to have the end. Hopefully you've seen it. So I'm not gonna spoil or anything. Spoil anything. Oh. Okay, so I mean, I was looking for something like Hawk, but Hawk died, right? Didn't he die? I don't remember. I think there's just missing, like, the skin is too smooth. I think. Maybe that's just because of the quality. I can't really go higher because it wouldn't really, you can't see it on the stream anyway. But, you know, there's just more fidelity. You can see, like, his buckle or his belt looks very, very smooth. But it still looks, I don't know. You mean here? Hold on, look at the underarm area of the girl. The light is showing, but there's no subtle light. There must be a light. No, there must be a bit of subsurface. You mean here? I mean, that's cloth. So I think cloth would probably react a little bit differently than skin, but yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe there's a little bit too little, too, you know, there's not enough subsurface scattering, maybe. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's overall the amount of detail. It looks too comic-y. Especially the hair. The hair even glitched out here. You can see through the hair. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Subsurface is very expensive. You can even see that in like usual rendering. If you bump that up, it takes so long to render. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of just what is lacking right now. The world looks awesome, and I think first person games will really benefit from these photorealistic environments. But if you have third person games, I think they will still lag behind in a little bit. Of course, with first person games with cutscenes, it'll probably be the same. But yeah, maybe it'll get better at some point. I mean, there's I don't know if he's still there, but Vicente said he isn't really into 3D modeling and 3D whatever. He's just listening to my ramblings. He's working on his optimization stuff on his workplace. He's just listening and chiming in sometimes. Oh, this one's probably a good shot. Yeah, I think there's nothing that really grounds the character in the environment, you know? There's nothing... like, there's no dirt on her. There's no, I don't know, dust on her. There's no scratches. She has no scratches. She's just perfect, as if she was just spawned in the world. She didn't interact with the world at all, which makes her kind of, like, you know, stand out. The shirt... Do you mean this one? Oh, hell yeah. You mean here? Yeah, we were kind of... Welcome, DJeris. Hope you had a great day so far. We were kind of analyzing why the character, so we were kind of debating, or I was kind of talking about that environments will probably look kind of photorealistic in 1 or 2 years, but characters still lag behind like a lot. So for first-person games, that will probably be very, very good. It'll be very, very immersive, and you know, it'll be look way better. But then if you have like third-person games or like cutscenes in first-person games, you always have the problem that your characters kind of like rip you out of the immersion, kind of, because they just lag behind the environments. I don't really do game development. I do more like I guess character art. Hold on, I can show you what I do. I mean, hold on. Yeah, I'm doing some noodle sculpting. Hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna play it. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Here's my my reel. There you go. That's what we've done in February and March. We've only barely been working on one project over the last month, which I actually have open. Hold on. Is it in here? There you go. So I don't really do too much game development, but rather just 3D art, 3D character art. And we were kind of talking about why the characters in games look so weird, or especially in Unreal Engine 5, because everything else looks great except for the character. The character looks kind of off, and we were kind of discussing why that is. That's what we've just finished. Yeah, that's what I do on stream. And currently we're working on a... Hold on. Let me open it. A noodle girl. 3D recreation of a sketch. I think I started that on Monday. I want to finish it this week. There you go. So we recreate this sketch in 3D. Yeah. The game dev is definitely something I'm interested in, but it's not something I'm focused on right now. Of course, you can, if you want, use Blender for kind of game development, but not really. Like, you can at least create game-ready characters with Eevee, which is like a real-time engine, but, you know, not really like Unreal Engine or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, no, we didn't really know, or we were kind of discussing why she looks so weird. Oh, I think it's just overall that she is kind of disconnected from the environment, and small details like shadows sometimes look weird, animations sometimes maybe look a little bit off, and overall there's just not enough detail in the character. Yeah. I saw your comment about ArcViz, okay? No, I mean, yeah. I think I've done 2 ArcViz projects so far. I'm not really an expert in it. That image that you saw was actually a redesign, or like a recreation. I wanted to see what I can do with an old 2-year-old project now. So I recreated my old project from 2 years ago in March. No, actually in February. There it is. So we have the before, which is this one. That's the before image. That's probably the first project that I finished in Blender. Then this one as well. That's the second version with the same shelf on the wall. And then I've made like a recreation of it, which is this one. There's also a white version. The plant looks very weird. Please ignore the plant, okay? I was kind of rushing this project. Yeah, but that's that was the end result. So that's the after and that's the before. Yeah, the lighting, you know, I tried to kind of adapt. Oh no, actually there's no lighting, but yeah, the lighting is really, I just put in some lamps. I think lighting is still one of the topics that I am least knowledgeable about. That's definitely a topic that is, you know, my weakest point, one of my weak spots. Okay, I'm not gonna work on this some more. Let's remove it. Yeah, I'll see you. DJers, have a nice day, or enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining. Thank you for following as well. You mean SS as in subsurface scattering? I mean, I didn't want to put in a subsurface scattering on any like on everything, so that would just bump up like the render time by like times 50. Yeah, that was just a qual. I think I worked on that project for 2 days, which, you know, has in according, you know, the result will only look as good as 2 days allow me to make it. Hold on. Yeah, I actually have volumetrics. Like in here, for example, I actually put in I put in small little grain flying in the air. You can see them right there. They're very subtle, like these lines, like dust in the air that is reflected, or like that the light kind of exposes. Yeah, but overall, you know, the biggest challenge, I guess, was just to recreate this one. And that is the current, or that was the outcome. I haven't really looked into ArcViz that much. The carpet is actually pretty simple. I mean, I've just used, you know, what is it? The hair particles. And then put some sort of a gradient texture on it to create these circles. Hold on, I can actually show you the first final, or like, I guess, my second ArcViz last project. There it is. That's the second one. Aha, look at this. So that's a recreation of an image. I don't have the image anymore, but that was the recreation. That's just in PNG in the background. But that was the project that I've done 2 years ago. The second full project. You can see some more detail here as well. It looks very flat, of course, not really like great textures and all that, but yeah. Didn't really know that much about anything. I just tried. Not even a denoiser here. You can see all the noise in the background or in the shadows. The chair. Awesome textures, just black. Yeah, there's no bumps, no displacement. That, like this one, I even struggled to put in a like fingerprints on the countertop. So, you know, that was just when I was beginning to learn about textures, or nodes rather. So everything looks very, very flat. No, you know, surface imperfections or anything. Everything else is just other stuff. I think that's the only real art-based project that I've done. Everything else was characters or other organic stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's always, you know, you can always go deep in every topic, whether that is product shooting or product design or characters. You can always get better. Oh, I can actually show you my first character model. Hold on, maybe I could find it. There it is. This one's amazing. Oh, no, that's not even the first one, is it? No, that's the first one. No, I think this is the first one. But I had another one after that I tried to use vertex modeling. Oh, there it is. No, it was actually before the other one. This one. I think the other one was the first one where I tried to use sculpting. This one was the first one. Hell yeah. Look at that. Looks like the... What are they called? What are these heads called? Where like Squidward is living in? I don't know what they're called, but that's what this looks like. That was my first approach at modeling a character with insane geometry. And then the third one looks actually pretty, I guess, decent or okay. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. It was in here, this one. There you go. That was the third one, with some more work done afterwards. Yep. I was always into recreating real people. I don't really know why, but I don't know. No, that is actually, you know, I mean, it's supposed to be like a woman, but you know, I just started. I think that was my 3rd month of working in Blender, so I wasn't really that good at it. I have another scope right there. That's just like a monster right there. And then, yeah, I think the most recent one. Wait. Oh, I actually recreated Twitch emotes in 3D. There you go. No, this one isn't the one that I needed. Is this one? Yeah, this one. Okay. So I've been doing Blender now for 2 years. I started in January. The first project that I ever did was this one. Abstract shapes. Is it this one? No, hold on. That's in March. Okay, I guess I started in March then. I remember starting in February. I had some breaks. I think I had, like, the biggest break that I had were like 2 or 3 months, and then I usually was always working on something. That was the first project ever. Learning just, you know, basic shapes. No, that was actually not the first one. Yeah, but you know, that's the start. Oh, wait, we have another sculpt here. Oh, a skull. Hell yeah. Look at that. Awesome. Yeah, probably I would say if you only want to count, I guess, the way, like the time that I've been working on Blender is probably like, yeah, now probably 2 years. I mean, you could call me Noggy again. I mean, I changed my name, so I what is it? I see myself more as Noggy than Nigo now. Yeah, it was nice talking to you. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining. I'm probably gonna end it here as well. Thanks for joining. Thanks for listening. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. And yeah, take care.